All right, everybody, we are live. Can everybody see me and can everybody hear me? So, we've already got one Seahawks move on the board today, people. We've got one move on the board here. Okay. We got one Seahawks move on the board here. I slept up decently. Quentin Jefferson has been released. That is the move, people. All right. Oh, Taylor Heineke to ATL. Big, 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 big. No, not really, but you guys know what I'm talking about. What did Jacoby wait, did Myers go to the Raiders or the Patriots? I'm seeing people in the chat say he went to okay. LV signs J Myers. Do we know the terms of the deal yet? All right. Oh, 333. That's actually a pretty decent deal, all things considered. I don't think that's that bad. 3 for 33, that's all right, man. I can dig that. Hey. Donovan Wilson to down. Wow, that's actually more than I thought he was going to get. Eric, do you mean Kendricks? Yeah, that was last night, right? Jets working on Lazard. Okay. Good morning, everybody. It is time for day 2 of legal tampering, and the Seahawks have once again gotten the day started with a move. Not a massive move, but a move of some import nevertheless. We have made yet another release. Just like we did yesterday, we released a defensive lineman at the start of the day. We did another one today. Quentin Jefferson is no more for this roster. He has been released as of just a little bit ago, and this is certainly an interesting move. I think it's a move that a lot of people anticipated. A lot of fans had him on the cut list. A lot of fans anticipated that he would be let go, and now it has been done. And I don't think that it's just a matter of coincidence that he was released after we secured Draymond Jones. So, yeah, Quentin Jefferson reunion ended up lasting one season. Um, Not a terrible overall year from him. Not a terrible player or anything like that. He had his moments. Actually, if you take a look at his pass rush numbers, there were some real bright spots with him. He was actually a very effective pass rusher, especially late in the year. So I'm not here to criticize him the way that some Seahawks fans do. There were definitely some bright spots to his game. He was truly bad against the run, and that's probably where this release comes from. We don't need another defensive lineman who is only there to rush the passer and is weak against the run. We signed Draymond Jones, who kind of fills that role right now. And at the end of the day, we've decided that the $4 million we save on the Quentin Jefferson release is worth more than the decent QB pressure that he was providing. So, we are now kind of back to where we were originally concerning our defensive line. We're very thin on that defensive line. In fact, as of this moment, our only real defensive end is Draymond Jones. LJ Collier's a free agent. Poona Ford's a free agent. Now Shelby Harris is gone. Quentin Jefferson's gone. Miles Adams is a free agent. So, yeah, we got work to do. But a lot of people saw this one coming. A lot of people thought this was the likely outcome of the Quentin Jefferson one and done. And we save about $4 million bucks. Now, the fact that we are releasing him now is indicative of a good likelihood that we're planning on signing more guys. Why would you create cap space unless you're going to use the cap space? So we'll see what we're going to do. Hopefully we do something today. Excited to see what comes next. But, yep, Quentin Jefferson gone. Happy trails. We'll see what happens the rest of the day. Go Hawks. Herman Gombos, thank you for the $4.99. Good morning, Brendan. Love what you do. Go Hawks. Thank you, Herman. Thank you for getting the super chatting started for the day as well. Thank you for the support. Be calm, see clearly. Thank you for the $2. Who will we bring in next, B-Dog? Feels like we're going to bring in a linebacker, but we might wait on linebacker, actually. I would maybe rather bring in a... maybe I'd rather bring in a center because there aren't that many left. Let me get this Quentin Jefferson video uploaded here real quick. We can't release Jamal Adams, guys. It's not even a possibility. We already had some of his contract guarantee like a month ago. If we were going to release him, we would have done it earlier than this. No, I don't think the Draymond Jones signing makes Carter off the board at all. We have one defensive end on the roster right now. We need at least four. I imagine we're going to do at least something today. Yeah, Woods and Adam. Yeah, well, Adams is ERFA. He's actually not in a contract. It's Woods, Jones, and then Monet, who's hurt. That's it. Tyreek Smith is an edge player, not a defensive lineman. Alden Robinson is also likely an edge player. He lost weight last year, I remember. Alton Robinson is probably going to end up as an edge. I don't think he's a lineman at all. Oh, yeah, Gerard Hewitt. Is he under contract? I forget. Why wouldn't we keep Jefferson for 4 million? I mean, honestly, he flashed last year a little bit, especially late in the year. I didn't hate the idea of keeping him. A lot of Seahawks fans did. A lot of Seahawks fans think very poorly of him. I don't, but he's a very, very flawed player. Okay, we do have Hewitt. Okay, but I don't think we're expecting him to be on the active roster. Adams at linebacker, I think he'd just get hurt even faster than he usually does. Thank you. It's 51 for Draymond. It's like 51 and a half. Draft a nose tackle versus sign a nose tackle. It's not a bad draft for nose tackles, honestly. I did some looking into it. Drafting a nose tackle, as long as you're willing to go after it aggressively, is pretty good. New gosh, is that your? Are you guessing or are you seeing that? Is there a Draymond Jones contract out yet? Yes. Oh, yes. All right. Texans signed Noah Brown and Shaq Mason traded to the Texans. Wow. Okay, yes. We have ourselves a $10 million cap hit for 2023 for Draymond Jones. And then the next year, 18.2 million. And then the next year, 23.2 million, but it's a very cheap out. Wow, that's actually a pretty nice contract. Very nice. Okay. Probably have to make a video about that a little later. Man, why does YouTube suck? It's taking forever to check my Quentin Jefferson video. It's 3 minutes long. Would you be interested in Larry Ogunjobi? It'd have to be very cheap, but yeah. Raheem Mostert, 2 for 5.6. Okay. What are the chances of getting Gaines and Bobby? That strikes me as pretty likely. That feels like a very realistic scenario to me. Okay, here we go. Brian Bresee would have to be number 20 overall. I don't think you're getting him in the second. How much do you think Bobby will cost? Somewhere around 7 million a year, if I had to guess. These linebacker contracts are a little out of control right now, though. Still no official word on Aaron Rodgers. What is going on, man? Yeah, Barton actually got an okay deal. I would not have minded keeping him for 3.5 million. Yeah, Quentin Jefferson's outie. I don't know what the Noah Brown contract is. Wow. So the Raiders now have Devontae Adams, Hunter Renfro, and Jacoby Myers. That's pretty OP. And Darren Waller with the 3-4 defense. Do you like Brissy or Cansey better fit? Probably Cansey, but I'm fine either way. Cansey probably. Yeah, I know they're wasting it with Garoppolo, man. But that is an OP group of pass catchers. That might be tops in the league. Oh, that actually reminds me here. Uh, there. All right, Herman, you are now represented on the leaderboard for top super chat so far today. Thank you to Herman. It does feel like it's about time for the Raiders to start being decent again, man. Okay, so just to remind people, because we haven't done this in a minute, here is the current list of my free agency tiers. I don't believe anybody's off the market yet from yesterday on this list. I think everybody is still readily available. So, still plenty of good players to take from. But we definitely need at least one more defensive lineman because of the Quentin Jefferson release, and probably more. We need probably at least one linebacker as well. The rest I can take or leave. Connor McGovern, the other one, signed. Connor McGovern, the center, the one that I want, did not sign. Do you think the Jones signing solidifies that we're sticking with the 3-4? Yes. I don't see any way we don't stick with the 3-4. Where would Calais Campbell be on your list? He's so old, I wouldn't put him that high, but I would definitely covet him. My knowledge, Levante David did not sign yet. I think Jalen Carter would fit in a 3-4 fine. He might not be ideal there, but he'll still be a really good player. Yes, there are two Connor McGoverns. Cutting Jefferson freed up like 4 million. Did Denver overpay for Zach Allen? I think they did, but I do like him a lot. It's not. At least it's a player that I think is really good. Okay, let's see here. Wide receiver Alan Lazard expected to go to the Jets at this point, which makes all the sense in the world. Hey. No, there's no point in cutting Daryl Taylor. It's barely any money. Do you see the Seahawks going after any of the quarterbacks? Yeah, I could see that. Probably just a cheap backup, but yeah. I mean, I'm not a huge Daryl Taylor fan at this point, but there's no point in moving on from him. We don't save any money. And it's not like he has massive trade value. Just keep him. Would you mind Baker to back up Gino? Baker's going to cost too much money, I think. I think he's going to command some money just because of his draft pedigree when he doesn't deserve it. So, no. No, thank you. You think we go after Mozzie Smith in the draft? I hope. He's great. What does G.S. Mason mean? Guard Shaq Mason. Guard Shaq Mason. Taylor's terrible against the run, but he still has value as a player. I mean, there's no point in releasing Quentin Jefferson unless you're planning to now make a move. Probably you need to bring in another defensive lineman. And if you take a look at the tiers, you can see, we've still got Fletcher Cox out there. You've got Greg Gaines, Ionitis. You've got other players as well of lower tiers. Oh, hello. Okay. We got ourselves the biggest dono of the week so far. DevDog31, thank you for the $50. Big one, wow. With the addition of Draymond, who do you think we should target at 5 between Anderson or Carter? I don't think signing Draymond changes anything. I don't think signing Draymond Jones changes anything because we still don't have defensive linemen. In fact, as of right now, Draymond Jones is our only NFL caliber defensive end on the roster, and you need at least four. So we're probably going to sign at least one other defensive lineman. We're probably going to bring back Miles Adams, but you still need more. So therefore, I think Jalen Carter is still just as likely. Also, Will Anderson, if Arizona does not trade their pick, is probably going to be gone by 5 anyway. So I think the Jalen Carter paradigm does not change in any sense. So I think nothing really changes there. I still think the same of Jalen Carter that I did yesterday, where he's obviously a phenomenal player, but I'm a little concerned about the off the field stuff. I'm not disinterested in him because of getting Draymond Jones. Is Noah Fant on the trading block? And if so, what do you think about it? And what would a fair return be? Third rounder? I'd say probably fourth rounder because we pay him $0. If we trade him, we owe him $0. And I'm okay with it as long as we're planning on drafting somebody like a Daryl Taylor. I'm sorry, Darnell Washington. I have Daryl Taylor on the brain now, thanks to you people. Okay, so we have a new top super chat. DevDog31, 49.99. Boom. Thank you, DevDog, once again. Like Miles Adams could be like a good like fourth or maybe fifth defensive end, but you need a lot more than what we have. Whippler from Ohio State blocked the hell out of Jalen Carter in the playoffs. Whippler's good. I think Carter made some plays in that game. I think people are being a little overly critical of his game, but yeah, Whippler's definitely good. Whippler and Titman are kind of becoming my favorite centers in this draft. Cap space. Okay, so Seahawks cap space, to my knowledge, we had 30. 10 million goes to Draymond Jones, so now we have 20. And then we released Jefferson, so now it's 24, I believe. Remember, a lot of that has to go to the draft picks. You're probably between rookies and draft picks, you're looking at having to save like at least 14 million for rookies. Andrew Wingard 3 for almost 14 with Jacks. Okay. There. Boom. Would you be happy if Seahawks signed Jamal Williams? That would be pretty nice. I like Jamal Williams. He's got some pop, got some power. What if we got Fletcher Cox? It depends on the money. I mean, yeah, guys, literally we have one NFL caliber defensive end on the roster right now, Draymond Jones. And you need at least four total, so we need three more. Maybe Miles Adams could be one of them, but then you need two more. And yeah, you could draft two rookies, but honestly, I think we're going to sign at least one more veteran. I know, Herman, it's possible. And by the way, I think we do need at least one nose tackle, maybe two, because Al Woods, I don't think has much left. Thoughts on JL Billingsley? Not familiar with him. Don't we carry at least five on the DL? Well, we're probably going to carry six, but remember, two of them are going to be nose tackles. So you've got four defensive ends, two nose tackles. Boom. There you go. Do you think we restructure Nwosu? I hope we extend him, but I don't know if we will. Probably get either one of Gaines or Ashawn Robinson. That does make sense. Gaines didn't play very well last year, but he was on the Rams. Nobody played well. So maybe it's fine. Okay, we got over 500 people on the stream now, so I'll go ahead and go through my spiel real quick. Thank you for spending at least part of your day with Seahawks Brendan Nelson here. We're going to be streaming for approximately 8, maybe 9 hours today, talking about the NFL free agency period, talking about all the moves that get made. Special focus on the Seahawks, of course, for obvious reasons, but that's the plan. We have our NFL moves tracker and Seahawks moves tracker on the screen here. We're going to go for, like I said, anywhere 8 to 9 hours. Going to discuss every move that gets made. Special focus on things that pertain directly to the Seattle Seahawks. And hopefully the team rewards us with some good moves. We have already, like I said, over 500 people on the stream, which is awesome. We're going to pick up more as the day goes on. If you want to support the stream, there are several things you can do. You can like the stream, which is free, takes less than a second. We got 80 likes on the stream right now. Just click the thumbs up button. I always appreciate it to help give the stream additional attention and support. The more likes we get, the more exposure we get. So that's one easy way to support the stream. You can also become a subscriber if you are new to the channel and you like the content and you want to see more of it. We picked up a lot of subs yesterday. We are at about 12,371. We are trying to get up to 13,000 by the end of the month, which seems entirely possible with the way things are going. We also have a members goal for the month of March at 125, and we are only 4 away. There are 2 ways you can help with the member goal. You can click the join button down below and become a channel member, and it costs you $2 or $5 a month. Once we get 125, we unlock another emoji slot, and I will be able to do that. Oh, real quick here. Marcus Overly, thank you for the $20 super chat. Brendan, as it sits now, what are your desired top 4 picks in the 2023 draft? If you're talking about players in the draft that I really, really covet, just in general, I would say Mozzie Smith, Joe Tippmann, uh, Elijah Cansey, and trying to decide what linebacker. Maybe Trenton Simpson, maybe Diane Henley. If you're talking about what I want to do with those top 4 picks, that's a little more complicated. Kevin Beacham 2 for 5.15 with Arizona. Let me throw that up on the board here real quick while I'm thinking. What position is Kevin Beacham? Or Kelvin Beacham? What I kind of want to do with number 5 at the moment, I want to trade down a little bit to get Cansey or Tyree Wilson. OT, thank you. There we go. I don't know why I spaced on that. I just woke up. And he's bad? Well, I guess that's why he's cheap. Okay, first pick, I want to trade down and get either Cansey or Tyree Wilson. Other first round pick. I still like Simpson, honestly. I know a lot of people are moving off of Trenton Simpson. I'm not. Other other second round pick, Mozzie first second round pick, Mozzie Smith. Second round pick. Honestly, I'm open to doing like Tippmann. But beyond that, uh hmm. Maybe I would do Tippmann and then in the third take like Marvin Mims. I like Marvin Mims. I don't think Juju's going to be that cheap, guys. He did win the Super Bowl last year, so he's going to try to get every dollar he can, I think. Tyree Wilson is a 4-3 defensive end. He could bulk up a tiny bit. If he gains like 5 pounds, he'll be able to be a 3-4 end fine. Or he could lose 10 pounds and be a 3-4 edge. Kirk Cousins restructured, but he only has 1 year left on his deal. Marcus, I don't think you're going to be able to do enough trade downs to make that happen. Like, it takes 2 to tango. That's going to be really hard. You're going to have to trade down like 6 times or something. Ooh, all right. We got ourselves a Seahawks move. All right, guys. He's been tendered. 1 year minimum deal. How much money is the minimum deal? Is it like 800,000 or something? Okay. Anyway, so yeah, you can subscribe, you can become a member. 2 ways to become a member are to click the join button and just join as a member. Costs $2 or $5 a month. You can also gift channel memberships. We are, like I said, um, 4 members away from the next emoji. Once we get to 125, I can add another emoji for members to use in comments and chat. We also have donation trackers for super chats and tips. If you want to tip, do exclamation point tip in the chat or click it in the description. And super chats, you just click the $ in the chat. We don't really have any kind of goals for donations. Whatever I get, I'm happy with. But those are the best ways to support the stream. And yeah, thank you, everybody. 1.126 for Radigan. I'll wait for confirmation on that. No, Barton got 3.5 million, not league minimum. It's still a pretty decent deal. I think he'll be pretty good in Washington, honestly. Yeah, Marcus, I don't know what to think of the legal issues with Carter. I'm right now I kind of don't want him because of it, but my mind could be changed. Um he is 21 years old. I understand that. I get that. But it's the number 5 pick. I really don't want to mess around with the number 5 pick with the guy who may end up not being able to play for like a year. We saved $4 million on Jefferson. I mean, we did draft Frank Clark. Frank Clark did some pretty dumb stuff. Take Carter, there's a chance he wasn't aware of the situation. Well, maybe. Maybe. But he was aware that he was drunk driving. At least he was aware of that, right? Do we re-sign Neal or let him go? I think he gets tendered. Frank Clark beat the crap out of his girlfriend when he was in college. And we still drafted him. I thought he was drunk. Was he drunk or was he just speeding? Okay. Maybe he was just speeding. Why is my video blurry? Check your quality. It shouldn't. I don't think it's on my end. He wasn't drunk. Okay. That does help. That helps. That's good. Which tender? It's an ERFA, so it's minimum. I'm trying to figure out exactly how much it is. John Radigan's never really played in the NFL, so it really might just be the 850,000. Lamar Jackson is okay. Lamar Jackson's complaining about something on Twitter. I'm not sure what he's implicating there. Is he implying that that's the offer he's gotten so far? 3 years, 133 million, fully guaranteed. We should at least attend. I mean, that's part of your job, right? Even if you end up not drafting him. Radigan's just a special teamer. Yeah. Okay, apparently he has played in games over the last 2 years. Okay, so let me take a look here. I think it's 800. Okay, I think it's eight. It's 940,000. I think then. I think it's 940,000 for John Radigan. That should be fine. We need linebackers anyway. Remember, Lamar Jackson had a deal for 250 million and turned it down last year. So, I don't understand what he's so blaming other people about. Like, I know he's bummed out, obviously, but like, he didn't have a great year. So, some people are saying we officially put the restricted tag on Ryan Neal, but I'm not seeing it for sure yet. I don't think Lamar was faking his injury, but I think he was hurt, and that's a problem. Like, getting injured is something in Lamar's game that is probably never going to stop. Okay. Ryan Neal got right of first refusal for restricted. Right of first refusal? Ugh. Somebody's going to match that, and we don't get anything if he gets picked up. Hopefully that's a false report. I want to at least put like the second round tender on him. Ugh. You got to put the second round tender on him, or somebody's going to take him, and you're not going to get anything. Oh, I see. Okay, GK. Yeah, the only website reporting the Ryan Neal thing is Over the Cap. Why can't we give Ryan Neal an actual contract? Because there's no need to. He's restricted. Yeah, John Radigan has never in his career played a single snap on defense. He's a pure special teamer. But our special teams has been good the last 2 years, so no, nothing wrong with that. Correct, half daddy. 20 million combined on Gino and Draymond. Correctamundo. Okay. All right, guys. The Seahawks are hitting the ground running today, it looks like. Nothing major necessarily, but the team is clearly awake because they are making some moves. And the moves that we have over the past couple minutes are largely expected and not particularly shocking and not particularly groundbreaking, but they are moves nonetheless. The current report is that linebacker John Radigan, special teamer of the last 2 years, has been tendered on his exclusive rights free agent deal. And according to my research, the number of that deal is $940,000. Back in 2021, he played like 250 snaps on special teams. Last year, he played almost 100. He missed a lot of the season with an injury, but there was definitely a plan to keep him around because he was an important part of that special teams unit. Maybe has some upside to become a player on the defense, although personally I doubt it. But Radigan is back for 940,000. Makes sense to me. No problems with that. It's not much of a pay bump from where he's been in previous years, and I expected him to be back with something like this. There's no reason to do anything else. He's an ERFA. There's no opportunity for any other team to bid on him or anything like that. So all you had to do was slap the tender on him, and you are good to go. So the Seahawks are up one linebacker, even though it's not really a linebacker because he's almost certainly not going to play on defense. Um, there's a rumor going around as well that Ryan Neal has been tendered on the right of first refusal restricted free agent tender. I'm waiting for further confirmation, but if the case is true, it's a 1 year, $2.67 million deal that other teams can top to try to take him. And I got to tell you, if the rumor is true, right now only Over the Cap has it. If the rumor is true, I'm a little bit concerned because I think somebody's going to top that offer for 2.67 million for 1 year. And if somebody does, then we get nothing or we match it. And they could definitely put together an offer that we can't really match because of all the money we have invested at safety. So if it's right of first refusal, I would be very concerned that somebody takes him. And again, we don't really get anything if he goes because he was a UDFA. So personally hoping it ends up being like the second round tag at least. At least then you get something for sure. At least then it's a lot less likely somebody takes him. And Ryan Neal's valuable. To my eye, he is valuable. But let's see what's coming down the pipe. I'll talk more about the Ryan Neal situation if it gets confirmed. See you guys later. Go Hawks. What's the market value of Neal? I don't know. That's really hard to guess. Really hard to assume. I don't know. He's had one excellent year, but it's only 1 year. Could we still afford Bobby, veteran IOL, veteran DL? Yeah, we can. You're going to have to get a little creative, but you absolutely can. Matt Nelson back with the Lions. Okay. Minus the rookies, PS players, and the veterans you need to sign in season, how much real cap space do they have? Well, let's think. They've got like 24 million in cap space. You are going to need to earmark like probably 13, 14 million for rookies. Remember, you're going to free up a bunch of cap space when you release the chaff at the bottom of the roster, though. So when you factor that in, it's probably more like 10 million. And then you have 4 million for the practice squad. So you probably still have like 10 million you can spend. I'm not against signing Bobby back. It just has to make sense. Okay. I would expect we lose Ryan Neal if that's the tender we put on him, honestly. Somebody's going to want to give him 3 million. Although we could just match it, I guess. We could just match it. I would definitely tender Miles Adams, and I would also tender Godwin Icky Bicky. Absolutely. Make it happen. Let's go. Okay. So yeah, Radigan is locked up. Ryan Neal rumored to be tendered as well. Remember, guys, we can still restructure Tyler Lockett if we need more money. And clearly, we're going all in. Yeah, Michael, that sounds about right. Nwosu, you could extend him, restructure Tyler. You could do void years with some of the current players on the roster, like Metcalf. There are things you can do all day. Are we going all in? The fact that we're releasing these mediocre players to save a little money and we're spending it, that tells me we're moving in. Like, why would you sign Draymond Jones and have this super backloaded deal for Gino if you're not moving in. I guess the Jets are going after Randall Cobb, which is notable because between that and Alan Lazard, it's pretty clear what's going on here. Well, Chrissy, you got to do some stuff like that, though, or else you're never going to have a great team. Unless you smash the draft like 3 years in a row, and that's really hard to do. Oh, and by the way, I did get a tip during that video I was just recording. I got a $12 tip. I believe it was anonymous. Let me check and be sure here. Yes, anonymous tipper. Thank you for the $12. Thank you. Thanks for your quality content. Go Hawks. Thank you for getting the tipping started today. Yeah, Cobb's getting up there. He still has a little something left, I think, though. Confidence level, we will be signing a player from your tier 3 list. Let's take a look here. I feel like we're going to get Greg Gaines or Wagner. I just don't know which one. So I'm going to say very confident. Greg Gaines seems like the ideal Seahawks signing. Not going to cost a ton. Going to cost something. Gino, if he sticks around until 2024, basically Metcalf will be almost but gone unless they re-sign him. I think Metcalf sticks, but we'll see. I think Metcalf sticks around for another contract, but we'll see. Could Carter fall to pick 20 like Warren Sapp? I think he's too good for that. No, I don't think so. He's not going to fall that far. Garrett Bradbury. I mean, Garrett Bradbury is valuable, but I'm not a big fan. I'd much rather do other things than get Bradbury, especially because Bradbury's going to be pricey. No, Geno Seafood. If we lose Neil, they'll just draft Skinner. I don't think Skinner fits. Ooh, expected to hire Roy Anderson as the new secondary coach, replacing Sean Desai. Okay, let's take a look here. So he spent the last 3 years as a defensive back coach for the Vikings. He was that for a couple years with the Bears, safeties coach for with the Niners and Colts. Okay, not a bad resume. LSU defensive analyst for 2019. Okay, he's got a pretty okay resume. Bring back Shell as a backup at RT. We have a backup right tackle. It's Curhan. Curhan's good. Brian Branch is going to go really high in the draft, though. You think Matt Ioannidis could be cheaper? Yeah, he could end up being a little cheaper than I expected. I'd be pretty happy with that, Chrissy. That would be pretty nice. I'd still say we need real help on the defensive line, but you can always hit that hard in the draft, I guess. Yeah, but Skinner's not going to fit this defense at all. Skinner's terrible for a Fangio defense. Skinner is a Cam Chancellor's type of safety. Cam Chancellor types of safeties don't fit with his defense at all. They're going to get destroyed in coverage. I'm not sure, GL. Will you be live streaming during draft day? Yes, Jacob Ortega. Absolutely. 100%. Okay, we've now been live for a full hour. Are the Seahawks going to stick to the hybrid defense? According to Carroll, we are. According to Carroll, we're going to stick with the new defense. All right, so yeah, we're an hour in, and overall we're up to almost $90 in donos, and we've picked up a couple new subs. Already cut a couple of videos today from Seahawks News. So things are going great. How do you feel about Marcus Davenport? I think he's already gone, right? Why is Draymond not on screen? Because that was yesterday. The moves trackers are for moves that happened today, basically. Who do you think is the best Seahawk of all time? Most people think it's between Largent and Russ. How is Russ even a consideration? He's the best. I mean, he's the quarterback, so he's more valuable than the average player because of that, but there's no way he's the best player. Like, as of right now, Russ isn't even going to make the Hall of Fame. If you just look at his Seahawks career, he won't make the Hall of Fame, and we have players like Largent, Cortez, Walter Jones, who made the Hall of Fame just based off of their credentials as Seahawks. Brandon Parker staying with the Raiders. Like, I think it's Largent or Cortez or Walter Jones. Taker, thank you for the $2 super chat. Who is left from last year's starting 11 on defense? Right now, Al Woods is still there. Nwosu, Taylor, Mafe. I get Mafe didn't start, but he was a part of things the whole year. Um, Brooks is still here. He just won't be ready for week one. Quandre, Tariq, Jamal Adams, technically. That might be it. I think Mike Jackson will be back. Russ will make the Hall of Fame. Not if he retires today. That's the point. Based off his Seahawks career, he's not making the Hall of Fame. He's going to have to do some things in Denver to lock it up. There are several players who made the Hall of Fame just based off what they did as Seahawks. Largent, Walter Jones, Cortez Kennedy. Bobby Wagner is going to end up there. Sherman. Panthers interested in DJ Chark. Oh, okay. That makes sense. They got to do something there. Or else Stroud's going to have nobody to throw to. Baby Chark do 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 do. Baby Chark do 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 do. I think Sean Alexander should be in the Hall of Fame. To me, that's an oversight for the Hall of Fame. Earl was going to go to the Hall of Fame, and then he lost his mind, and now I don't know. Do you think Young is going to be a Texan? Yes. That's still my suspicion. They're trying to deceive us. I'm not buying it. I think Marshawn should make the Hall of Fame, but he won't. Marshawn should be in the Hall of Fame, as far as I'm concerned. As near as I can tell, our remaining cap space is somewhere around 23 million, and if we do tender Ryan Neal, it's like 21 million. I'm 20 million. But it's very fluid. That's why I don't want to put it on screen, because also it doesn't matter. We can create more cap space if we really want to. Yeah, well, like I said in the video this morning with Draymond Jones, I think the thing to keep in mind with him is every Denver team he was on had a really bad offense. In fact, most of the offenses were atrocious. Like last year, they had the worst offense in the league. The year before, 23rd. And then the 2 years before that, it was 28th. So overall, Denver's had maybe the worst offense in the league collectively over the last 4 years. So life is harder as a defensive player. What does it mean to be tendered? It means you've been offered a 1 year deal that you can't refuse. 283, thank you for the member message. Your Seahawks Mount Rushmore, Paul Allen, Steve Largent, Cortez Kennedy. Bobby Wagner. Something like that. I don't think we have interest in Frank Clark. Okay, guys, I'm going to grab some food. I haven't eaten yet today. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Everyone just hang out, and we will talk more about Seahawks moves coming up. Yeah, I know about Walter Jones, but the thing is, you need at least one representative from the team that won the Super Bowl, I think. Maybe you take out Cortez and put in Walter, but that's tough. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Doesn't look like anything's happening at the moment. Oh, Mercedes Lewis might get signed shortly here. Wow. Now that's a guy who's been around forever. Jets and Raiders. Yeah, see, that's too many rookies, Lear End. We need to get at least one more veteran in here. Thank you, Sentry Seahawk. You know, Jermaine Ifedi wasn't that bad at the end, honestly. He's playing a little bit better. Once we got rid of Tom Cable, he was passable. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start talking about Mariner stuff very soon here. Yeah, honestly, I think getting Mozzie Smith is really important. That guy's gonna be such a good nose tackle. Does Pete get into Hall of Fame? Oh, easily. He's been coaching for like 50 years. Easily. Like the XFL. It's chaotic. XFL's fun. What do you think about Jervon Dexter? He's really slow off the ball, which concerns me, but there are some things I like about him. No, we can do a little better than Danucci. Wait, Puna went to Houston? Keanu Benton would be really nice too. You gosh, you can't actually believe that, right? Like he is the world's easiest pick to make the Hall of Fame. He's like very obviously going to make the Hall of Fame. Okay, he also won a national championship. Technically, by some measures, he won two national championships. He's been a coach in some capacity for 50 years and is viewed by many as the greatest defensive back coach of all time. He gets in all day. Thoughts on Zay Flowers? I like him. He didn't have an amazing combine, but was pretty good. I wouldn't mind taking him in the second round. I got some grits, bacon, and eggs here. What's the base on Sam Darnold's deal? Best member of the LOB? Probably Sherman. 4.5. That's actually pretty decent. Maybe. I'm not seeing anything about Puna yet. Austin Eckler has permission to get a trade. Chargers not planning to extend him. Yeah, Michael, it's just he's making a pretty decent chunk of money. Nick, I don't think that was a playoff game. I know what play you're talking about, I think. No, I don't want an Eckler type. I want a power back. Yeah, maybe they could redo Woods' contract. That's fine. He's worth something. He's just not worth that much, I don't think. Mike Jackson has been tendered according to OTC. At what level? Right of first refusal? That's what I would expect for him. Eating food. No, I don't want Puna back. He doesn't fit this defense at all. Yeah, Monet's still on on the team. 940,000 for Mike Jackson. Okay. Wait a minute. I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't know we could tender him for that amount. Wow. I thought it was going to have to be at least a 2.63. Wow, that surprises me. Chris Rodriguez would be all right. I like Roshan Johnson in the fourth more. I don't know how high a value we placed on character business. We drafted Frank Clark, Bruce Irvin, and Malik McDowell. I would probably go JSN, John, Quentin, and Addison, Drew. Yeah, that's possible, Michael. The thing is, we already took on the dead cap hit, so in order to actually save money there, it's going to have to be a pretty big d discount. I really liked Addison, but he sucked at the combine pretty badly. Has me concerned that he's a product of the Lincoln Riley system now. There's a rumor that we tendered Mike Jackson, but I'm not seeing anything official yet. And somebody in chat said we tendered him for less than $1 million, which I don't even think is possible. That is ridiculously cheap for an RFA. Hmm. I'd rather not, right, guy? I think we can do better. Not a big Addison fan anymore. I don't think Lamar's a Raven. I feel like he gets traded to Washington. Chris, I'm definitely going to do the mock draft stuff, but I'm not going to do it this week. What about bringing in Kareem Hunt to handle passing downs? Um, I feel like he's going to be too expensive for me. Jackson was an exclusive rights guy. Okay. Everything I saw said he was going to be restricted, but if he's exclusive, that's pretty juicy. We could trade Fant. That's the idea, I think. I will be doing PFF mocks, guys, just not this week. I think you could get a fourth for Fant. We don't have a third receiver. Well, right now it would probably be what, Cade Johnson? No, Fant is 7 million, new gosh. Oh yeah, Derek Young too. Yeah, Derek Young's nice. What happened to Eskridge? I'm just kind of done with Eskridge. I don't see it ever happening. You think we make a signing today? Yeah, I do. Okay, guys, I got to take my dishes upstairs. I'll be right back. Hopefully, when I get back, we've done something big. Okay, we are back. There we go. Man, the Vikings are blowing it up, huh? Dang. Seattle made a serious run at Zach Allen before he signed with Denver, but couldn't find. They tried to get both Draymond Jones and Zal Allen and could not make it work. Interesting. Those are the two guys that I really would have liked. So I like it. I like the idea, man. I like Derek Young too, but I don't want to necessarily bet my team's future on him if I can do better, because it's not like it's going to cost that much to do a little bit better or at least improve your depth. If we had gotten both Allen and Jones, would that mean a QB at 5 or trade back? I think we still would have taken a defensive lineman. You need a lot. You need at least four good ones. Yeah, Caleb Williams is going to go number one next year. It's not thinkable. It's not conceivable that you end up with him. That can't be the plan anyway. Hmm. All right, everybody, we've got ourselves a little bit more Seahawks news. Cutting a quick video here to talk about it briefly. This one is coaching related, not player related, but nevertheless of note and potentially significant. We have ourselves a replacement for Sean Desai. No, it's not Ed Donatel, and no, it's not somebody from in-house, which is interesting in and of itself. It is Roy Anderson. Roy Anderson, 42 years old, has been a coach in some capacity in either the NFL or the NCAA for the last 20 years. Most recently, he spent 3 years as the assistant defensive back coach for the Vikings. He's spent time as the same role for the Bears in 2017 2018, back when they actually had the number one defense in the league. He also spent time as a safeties coach with the Colts in the early Andrew Luck years. He spent a year in San Fran doing the same thing. He's been with the Ravens. He actually spent a good amount of time with the Ravens in various roles. So, this guy's got a pretty good amount of experience. He's worked with Carl Scott before. Carl Scott being our current defensive back coach. So there's some familiarity there between those two guys. And yeah, that's our Sean Desai replacement. As it turns out, it ends up being something completely outside the organization. The only real link here is between him and Carl Scott. That seems to be the impetus behind bringing him in. I like the hire. On the surface, it sounds pretty good. He was part of the national champion LSU team from 2019 as well, the team with Joe Burrow. So, pretty good resume. So, Roy Anderson, welcome to the Seahawks coaching staff. News other than that, there is a rumor. I'm looking to confirm it before I announce anything official, but supposedly Mike Jackson, the cornerback, has been tendered, and it turns out he was an exclusive rights free agent, meaning we only had to give him $940,000 for a 1 year tender. If that's true, I'll probably make it official later, but to my knowledge, he was a restricted free agent, so it's possible we just had bad information concerning who was restricted and who was exclusive rights. That's certainly possible because Spotrac and Over the Cap often disagreed on stuff like that. So I'll continue to look into it. But hey, that would be great news. You lock up a decent starting caliber cornerback for less than $1 million for a year, and there's no bidding, there's no possibility of another team swooping in. It just is what it is. But don't know if it's true yet. All right, so we'll see what else the team has up their sleeve. All right, see you guys later. Go Hawks. Thank you for stopping by today. Have you heard anything about Tyreek Smith? It seems like he has bad hips, which has me kind of shook. Like, as a pass rusher, you need to have good hips, man. And his hips are already banged up. That's concerning to me. Well, Aaron Rodgers seems like the trade is about to get done. Shelby Harris may return. That makes some sense. Just a little bit concerned about that dead cap hit because that bites into the savings if you bring him back. So you're going to have to be saving a lot of money. Seahawks are not losing Neal. Okay, that's good. Via Bob Mr. Condota. Very nice, people. I like that. I like to hear that. And Corey Davis ain't that good. I think the Raiders aren't going to want to trade up so much anymore now, though. Like they have their quarterback, unless that deal is easy to wiggle out of after a year. I don't know if the Raiders really want to trade up now. Well, okay. According to what Bob Condota just tweeted here, they haven't actually released Shelby Harris yet. They don't have to do it until Sunday, so they're trying to rework it before they do it. The difference between Jimmy G and Derek Carr is Derek Carr can at least push the ball down the field. Jimmy G has a noodle. My dream pick at number 5, I guess Will Anderson. Safer than Jalen Carter at this point. If we take a quarterback at 5, what would be your pick? Probably Stroud. I think Stroud's going to be the best QB from this class. We can make room for Anderson if we need to. Wait a minute. How did the Saints pull that? Okay, this is bullcrap. The Saints pointed a gun at Michael Thomas and said, either take this new contract or we're going to kill you. He was on some ridiculously high contract where his cap hit was going to be massive the next few years. How did they agree to that? How is Michael Thomas okay with that? Well, T Money, we haven't officially done anything yet. We can't until tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Okay, someone's going to have to explain this to me. Because Michael Thomas was on some monster contract. And now he's agreeing to some circumstance where he apparently waives all that money. I don't understand what's going on here. This is very weird. Yeah, I know those guys restructured, but did Michael Thomas just agree to rip up his old contract and do a new 1 year deal? Because if so, that is super suspicious. Yeah, why did Mike Thomas agree to that? That's crazy. He was sitting on a gold mine on his old contract. That's weird, man. Good for him, I guess. Most players probably wouldn't be willing to do that. But I still feel like he got a gun pointed at him. That's what it would take for me to agree to a circumstance like that. Would you want us to sign a cornerback? No, not really. Maybe a nickel corner. Although there really aren't a ton of interesting ones left. He wants to say New Orleans. Yeah, he had a cap hit of 60 million in 2024. Why wouldn't he just sit on that? I'm surprised. I feel like he had a gun pointed at him to agree to that. But good for him. Yeah, assuming he did it of his own free will. Jerron Reed is rumored to be coming back. I'm not a big fan of that. I'm not a fan of that. I mean, what does Jerron Reed really give you? Over these last 2 years, 2.5 sacks? He's played every game in the last 2 years, and he has 5 combined sacks. And it's not like his run defense hasn't been good. Like, it better be for like very, very little money. It better be for like a two, like 2.5 million at most. Ryan Neal has received the right of first refusal tender as a restricted free agent. Yeah, I don't. That seems like a mistake to me. I think we're gonna regret this. I feel like we're gonna lose him now and get nothing out of it. I think this is a mistake. If we're really married to keeping Ryan Neal, we should have just done the second round tender. It's only like 1.5 million. It's less than 2 million more. Coleman's a free agent, yeah. Yeah, I saw that, Dom. Okay, hopefully that's the case, Michael. Has anybody found any further confirmation about the Michael Jackson tender? You don't like Kobe in the slot? I don't think it's his natural position. I think he's an outside corner. God, somebody's going to match that, right? Somebody's going to give Ryan Neal at least $3 million. I mean, we can match it too, but somebody's going to at least try. We should have gone up to the second round tender, man. Should have gone to the second round tender. I feel like we're trying to get away with being a little cheap here, and we're going to regret it. Yep. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. No one would match Neal. That's what I'm saying. We want to keep him, right? I don't think there's any reason to believe we're getting Darius Slay. That doesn't make any sense to me on any level. When you're on a chicken bender, grab a box of chicken tenders. Bok, bok, bok. What does tender mean? It's a 1 year deal that the player can't turn down. And the value is dictated by the NFL. Mr. Dog, welcome to Basic Channel Membership. Thank you for the addition of your monthly patronage to the channel, Mr. Dog. And with that membership, we are now 3 members away from another emoji. I think Kinlaw's on his way out either way, Mask, for many reasons. Most of which being that he's not a very good football player. If Shaq Griffin is cheap, why not bring him back? We don't need outside corners. We have too many of them anyway, kinda. Is there any cut candidate to free up cap space? Hold on. Let me take a look here. We could still cut Al Woods and hope maybe Brian Monet. That's about it. Because we're not cutting Disley or Diggs at this point. That's it. Yeah, Michael, I think some of the people that have us taking a cornerback early think that cornerback is going to end up playing safety. A lot of people think that Keely Ringo will move to safety in the NFL. Garrett Bradbury back to Minnesota? Okay, that's pretty significant. Franco Bruna Salazar, welcome to Basic Membership. Welcome to the team, Franco Bruna Salazar. And with that, we are now only 2 members away from another emoji slot. Okay, so he's going to come off my board here. He was a tier 3 guy for me. I didn't really like him that much, personally, because he could be a one-hit wonder, but he was a player of some value. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5. Hey, let's risk a second rounder top tier depth for a risk prone safety room and the flexibility to use dime packages all for 1.5 million. Shaking my head. Yeah. Yeah. Mass does make a good point though. Maybe we're working on an extension so we don't really care that much because we're going to keep him anyway. I guess that's possible. But I really hope we don't end up losing Neil for nothing over this. If we do, I think that's a big mistake we made. Yeah, Connor McGovern and Fletcher Cox are my top remaining free agents. Yeah, I saw that drop top. I did see that. Odell is on it. The guy who thinks he's worth $20 million. dollars. I understand that, Drew, but what if somebody comes in with some monster offer that we just can't match and we don't get anything out of it? Like, if we had done the second round tender, at least then we would have gotten a second round pick out of it. If we don't get Harris back, I want Fletcher Cox. Makes some sense, yeah. I just wonder how much money it's going to cost. Maybe Neil wants to stay and won't take offers. I don't know if that's how it works, Smokin'. Not sure that's how it works. I don't think a player can refuse offer sheets. Michael Centalonza, thank you for the 1999. Just because you're a good dude and have decided to take the week off from work to hang with us talking football. Also, if Anderson and Carter are both available at 5, who would you prefer? Right now, I think I would actually say Anderson just because there's I'm not completely done with Carter, but I think adding the legal issue around Carter gives me one more thing to think about that makes me prefer Anderson. I think there's less to think about with him, but I'm not done with Carter. Don't get me twisted here. I think I just prefer Anderson at this point because of the off the field stuff. Jordan Jewell, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. DeMonte Kaiser on a 2-year deal to the Steelers. Okay, here we go. Let's get that up on the board. 3-year deal for 15. That's actually pretty reasonable. I thought it was going to be more. That's not bad. I'm not a big Garrett Bradbury fan, but I would have been willing to do that. 3 years, 15.8. Not even. You go on darkness retreats? No. It seems like an interesting idea, though. Yeah, Keanu Benton would be nice. So let's say Carter isn't something they Hawks want to risk on the trade back then or take Tyree Wilson. I think they trade back a little bit if they can. I mean, guys, remember, Roger Goodell runs the NFL. For all we know, he could decide to suspend Jalen Carter for a year. He does stuff like that. That's what Roger Goodell does. And he kind of has absolute power here. Oh, Steelers also got Nate Herbig. Offensive lineman. Hold on. Ooh, 49ers taking another center off the board. Jake Brendel, 4-year deal. Okay, so that means Jake Brendel's now off the board. And he was actually gonna creep in here at the very bottom. He was in the batters. He was on deck for the tier list. So now he's gone. He was an NFL player when it happened. I know. Does that mean he literally can't do anything? Ugh. All right. So that means the only quality center remaining on the board is Connor McGovern. After Connor McGovern, I think the next best center on the market would be Feliciano, who's barely a starting quarterback. Starting center, excuse me. Oh yeah, E-Man, remember, we can create more cap space at any time. Pretty much. Yeah, I have no problem going into this year with a rookie at center. I got no problem with that. But we need two centers. We literally don't have any right now. We need two. Yeah, Titans released their center. Oh, you're right. Ooh, I got to throw Ben Jones up on the list then. Hold on. God, he's going to be 34 this year, though. Still pretty good. Um, okay, I'm going to replace him. I'm going to replace Jake Brendel with Ben Jones. I think that's fair. At his advanced age, I think that's a fair assessment. Thoughts on Kellenick? I like him. I've always been a pretty passive believer in Kellenick. I haven't gone crazy with it, but I've always thought this guy's going to be good one day. Tatum Anthony, that's the wrong Connor McGovern. You're looking at the wrong Connor McGovern. I don't think Ben Jones got signed, did he? I don't think he did. Jake Brendel's all right. He's another one of those guys that Niners fans hate, like Mike McGlinchey, who's really not that bad, but, he's not great. But Brendel, I would have been kind of interested in as like a stopgap. Yeah, I like Titman and Whippler a lot. Jason Wolf, welcome to the channel. Nicholas Denny, welcome to the channel. Hello, Magdaleno. Rodney Hudson's still available, but he's not good anymore. Like like if you sign him, it better be as a backup. He's injury prone, and he's not that good when he does play. He's old, yeah. He's only gonna get worse. I don't want Hudson. If we end up settling for Rodney Hudson as our starting center, that's a problem. I think I got a big beef with that. Yeah, half daddy. The Niners are going to be able to find a way to pay Bosa. Remember, the first year cap hit for Bosa is probably going to be pretty weak. It's just going to be a little bit, and then the cap will blow up. What about Mustafer? Are you talking about the Penn State guy? I looked at him a little bit. He seems okay, but nothing special. How much do we save if we release Woods and Monet? I think Woods is like 3.75 million. Monet is going to be like 2.75 million. Are the Jets really going to do it because they're desperate? Are the Jets going to do it out of desperation because Salah's going to lose his job? You don't like Schmitz at pick 20? It's too high for Schmitz, and Schmitz doesn't fit the offense that well. What does tendering mean? Tendering is giving a player a 1 year contract, the value of which is dictated by NFL rules that the player cannot refuse. The player cannot refuse a tender. They just get the tender stuck on them, and it is what it is. Pittman and Whippler are becoming my two favorite centers in this draft for the Seahawks. He's a good fit. Yeah, I like Schmitz, but he's not a very good athlete. That's going to be a problem in this offense. Guys like Whippler are and Tippmann are really smart too, but they also are good athletes. Difference between tender and franchise tag: you can only use one franchise tag a year. Tender is something you can do on anybody who's a restricted or exclusive rights free agent. Are you guys drafting a quarterback with number 5? Probably not, especially because there's a decent chance all the quarterbacks will be gone by then. What do you think of Mosk? I do like him a lot, copper wise. It's just, I think he's going to be a guard in the NFL. I don't know if we're going to spend a second round pick on a guard. I think Cody Mosk projects to being a guard in the NFL more than anything else. Yes, Chargers gave Eckler permission to seek a trade. That is true. I'm not personally that interested, but some people will be. Damian Lewis has already been moved once from right to left. I don't want to move him again. We're going to ruin his career like we did with Ethan Posick. Ethan Posick probably would have been a really good player, but we made him play guard for 2 years. Jets are desperate for a winner and going all in for Rodgers. This really feels like this is something LeBron used to do, where he would get rival teams to like mutilate themselves because of his presence, and then he would be like, "No, I'm just gonna stay." I heard it's almost a wrap. Bobby Wagner's back. Where'd you hear that from? I very much doubt that's true. I think he's going to take his time here. Yeah, would have missed, but we tendered him pretty low, so I'm a little suspicious. Tony Rosanova, Lewis is not great at left guard, but he's really good. He played really well last year, legitimately. He moved Britt several times, and he settled at center. Excuse me. I mean, that doesn't mean it's a good idea. Especially because Damian Lewis did play really well last year at left guard. He did. Would you do 20 for Creed Humphrey? Why even bother with that? Kansas City's not going to trade Creed Humphrey. What indication do we have that the Chiefs would even consider that? Do we have any reason to believe Creed Humphrey's on the trade market? And no, I would not do that. No, even if he is. Thoughts on the Jefferson release? I mean, as long as we're planning on spending that money on something else. By the way, sorry if you guys can hear the leaf blower back there. I don't know if you guys can. Somebody is using a leaf blower in my backyard. I'm sorry if you can hear. Very annoying. I know. But maybe it's not annoying for you because you guys can't hear. I don't know. Honestly, I think Phil Haynes is going to be the right guard this year. I'm kind of feeling like he's going to be the right guard. We gave him $4 million. That tells me he's probably going to start. Although I do think there's the possibility of him being a swing backup guard, but $4 million was a little bit suspicious to me for him to be just a backup. Okay, nobody hears it. Excellent, great. I think Rodgers is almost certainly going to New York at this point. Arden Key is an outside linebacker. Wouldn't he be an edge rusher? I mean, I'm not against it. He would be all right. I would not be against that. But I think he's an edge rusher, right? He's like an outside linebacker in a 3-4, like the edge rushers. Yeah. How do you feel about Phil Haynes? I like him, but he disappointed me last year. What do you think of Stromberg if we have to go later in the center? He's good. I like him, but he has very little experience pass protecting because Arkansas runs the ball a lot. So it's hard to evaluate him as a pass protector right now, I feel like. Can't Draymond Jones also play edge? He's a little big for that. Anderson can't see Mozzie Smith Whippler. That's pretty good, Michael. I could get behind all that. Draymond Jones, I think he's a little bit too big to play edge in a 3-4. I would expect him to play mostly inside. Maybe entirely inside. I'd be interested to see if he ever lined up outside for the Broncos, though. Avila playing center, I mean, maybe. I view him as more of a guard, but maybe. Jones occasionally lined up as an edge for Denver. Really? Okay. Probably on running downs? Anthony Schlegel, welcome to the channel. We re-signed Neal. It sounds like we've tendered him, yeah. Huh. Okay, that's cool. I imagine he probably doesn't do it that often, though. Jets not trading Elijah Moore. I didn't really have any interest, personally. Felix DK in the third. I mean, the value would be pretty good. I don't know very much about Felix beyond the obvious, though. He seems nice, though. Munshawn Lunch, welcome to basic membership. Welcome aboard Munshawn Lunch. Let me check to be sure. Yes, we are now one member away from 125, which means we unlock the last emoji slot. What's going on, people? Hey, Darius. Can you explain how Ryan Neal's tender works? It's a 1-year deal for $2.63 million, but other teams can come in and top the offer, and if they do, they can take him, unless we turn around and top the offer back. Your G. Thank you for the membership. And that, I believe, puts us there. That should put us there. Hold on. Let me try to bang this out here real quick. I mean, no, John, not true. Because we used right of first refusal, there's no pick compensation. There's no pick compensation for Ryan Neal because we did not tender him at a high enough level. Yeah, I don't watch Top Billing either, but that's kind of interesting that he can play a little bit of edge. Some people are theorizing that the reason why we did it is we're going to extend him to a longer term contract. So we don't really care about the tender because it's not going to be relevant after we extend him. But we'll see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Herbig 2 years, 8 million. Hey guys, I just added the new emoji. We get another one when we get to 150. But we have hit our March member goal. Thank you everybody for making that happen. Deeply appreciated. Now official Harrison Jefferson cut. Okay. Yeah, basically would have missed. That's all we have. Favorite remaining free agent? Probably McGovern. Thank you, Georgie. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's Walker. Yeah, Darnell Washington is awesome. Billin is kind of a lol cow, I think. Yep, the release of Shelby Harris and Quentin Jefferson is now official. We could still bring them back, but I think it's somewhat unlikely. I am not feeling it. Greg Gaines is still available, yes. No, I don't think so. Addison, I have a little bit of a theory here. So, a little bit of a theory. Um, I think the reason why we passed up on um, Creed Humphrey was he didn't fit what we thought our offense was going to need. So, therefore, I look at Schmitz and I see some of the same stuff. Not a particularly good athlete, not somebody who plays great in space all the time. So I feel like we might pass up Schmitz and go after a center who fits our offense a little bit more, like, for instance, Whitman and or Whippler and Tipman. Pete said he saw Creed as more of a guard. Hmm. I think we want a center that can play in space. I think Whippler will be there in the third, but maybe we end up reaching a little bit to take one of the centers in the second, and I don't have a big problem with that. 20 million for Brendel. That's not bad. I know Brendel's a flawed player, but Jake Brendel, 4 years, 20 million. That's kind of what I expected. Not that long term though, but in terms of money per year, that's pretty good. I don't mind that at all. Aaron Rodgers does not care who he makes hate him on his way into New York, does he? What do you think of Leighton Vander Esch? I'm not a big fan. He's going to get hurt again. He always gets hurt. That's his thing. Vander Esch gets hurt too much. If it's really cheap, it's okay. Why not? But man, Moro Jomo in the fourth. I did look at him a little bit. He's interesting. Defensive tackle from Michigan. I'm a big fan of Mozzie Smith. Nate, is trading for a center on the table if we miss out on McGovern? Which center would we trade for? Ryan Kelly? I guess it's on the table. I'm not crazy about it though. Okay, guys, I'm shutting down the top billing discussion in chat. No, no, no more. It's taking over the chat. Like I'm putting like a hard stop on it. Is there any player you'd like to trade for? Maybe like DeForest Buckner? I just don't know what the asking price would be. Feel like today I feel like today we're gonna sign hmm, Greg Gaines or Ashawn Robinson. Thoughts on getting cornerback like Bradbury? I don't really want Bradbury. He's gonna be too expensive anyway. Wait, is Ryan Neal tendered with a second rounder? No, right of first refusal. D.E. Morris from Michigan? Oh, he's the guy who bombed the combine. He is interesting. I don't hate him. But he did bomb the combine, I remember. Javon Hargrave's first year cap hit is $6 million. Yeah, see, that's how teams do this stuff. Ooh, Jeff Wilson Jr. back with the Dolphins. Not bad. I kind of like him, but I didn't want him because he's a speed back. How long can teams pluck Neal from us? I can't remember what the exact date is. I need to get my fleece. 1 second. Whoa. Darren Waller? I didn't. I thought Darren Waller was under contract. Did he get traded? Oh, okay. They're trading. Okay. Wow. Big one. I mean, relatively speaking, not a huge one, but a pretty significant one. Darren Waller. That seems pretty good. I can dig it. That makes some sense. Darren Waller to the Giants. Yeah, Waller's really good. He just needs to stay healthy. But the Giants need to try to do something to give themselves some real pass catchers. Honestly, Derek Carr is only a little bit better than Daniel Jones, probably. So it's not that much worse than what he had. So basically, they took the. So basically, they took the pick they got for Kadarius Toney and turned it into Darren Waller. That's not bad. I like a lot of the stuff about what the Giants are doing, but it's all undone by the stupid Daniel Jones contract. Yes, Darren Waller from the Raiders. No problem, Austin. Yeah, Kendricks went to the Chargers yesterday, I think. Yeah, good for the Giants. They deserve something good to happen to them after the Daniel Jones nonsense. I'm not familiar with Cam Jones or Dorian Williams yet. They are on my list to scout, though. In short, the Giants traded Kadarius Toney for Darren Waller. Well, here's the thing with Darren Waller. The Giants are going to owe him a lot of money. That's the difference between him and Fant. Fant only has 1 year left on his deal. Waller has 4 years left on his deal, and it doesn't look like there's an easy out. That's why I think Fant is worth a fourth. Dumalo, I think, is going to be too expensive, Jason hit, and I don't really like Risner that much. Hernandez, I think, could be reasonably priced, though, Jason. So, Hernandez, I'm kind of into. Yeah, Staley should have gotten fired, but the Chargers don't really care that much, I guess. I like Fant, but I like other guys more, and getting rid of Fant could save us significant money that we can then use on guys like, say, Connor McGovern or Bobby Wagner or Greg Gaines. If the Hawks grab QB in the seventh, who would you like them to target? Probably DTR. I think DTR is the guy. Yeah, no one's trading for Disley, guys. Maybe if he didn't get hurt, but he got hurt. Yeah, I did see that, Ethan. I did see that. Josh Jacobs upset. Mm-hmm. Do you think Seattle makes another significant signing today? Well, I think they're going to do something. I don't know if it's going to be quote unquote significant. Do you know how much cap space we have left after the Jones signing? I think right now it's like 24 million. Do we have any remaining player that you would consider a net negative? Uh, Not really. Kyle Fuller's a free agent, so not him. I've looked at Dwayne McBride a little bit, Carter. There's some other power backs I like a little better, but it's not bad. Could we bring back Shelby on a vet min? Would he take vet min? Over the cap has Seattle at 7 million. I don't think that's accurate. There's no. I don't think they're. Check the list. Are they accounting for the release of Shelby and Quinton? They might not have that yet. Business, because we still had to pay Wilson's bonus money. Jamal Adams is not a net negative. That's an absurd thing to say. No, Ryan Neal's not gone. Ryan Neal's still here. Jamal Adams can absolutely cover. I don't know why people keep saying this stuff. You guys just say stuff, man. People just say random words strung together in meaningless ways. Tariq Island, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Appreciate you doing this, Brendan. Go Hawks. Thank you. Thank you, Tariq Island. Is Greg Gaines a nose tackle? Yes. He's a nose tackle. He did not play that well last year, but he was on the Rams where everything went badly. Previous years, he actually played really well. Yeah, I'm going to have to take a deeper look at Dwayne McBride. He seems pretty interesting. Did you not see how bad our defense was last year without Jamal Adams? That should have taught you that Jamal Adams is actually a really good player. Look how bad our defense was without him. So then we shouldn't bring back Ryan Neal. No, I think we should. It should be cheap. It's not going to be that expensive. You need depth. And then after this year, if we move on from Jamal Adams, then yeah. Yeah, Nathaniel Dell didn't test well. He's way too small. If he's going to be that small, he needs to be fast, and he's not that fast. Thoughts on the Waller trade? I think the Giants did quite well. I did add the Darren Waller trade. It's on screen right now, isn't it? Look at the top of the NFL moves tracker. NYG trade. Yeah, it's there. How much money do we have after Jefferson? I think it's like 24 million. Do you think we move on from Diggs after this year? Probably. Do I think the Raiders might want Fant now that Waller's gone? Yeah, that makes sense. Would you trade for Vita Vea? No. But the Bucks won't do it. They just restructured him. They wouldn't have restructured him if they were planning to trade him. Vita Vea's not getting traded. The guy to trade for would be Buckner from Indy. The Packers offered a second for Waller, and the why? What the heck? That doesn't make any sense. I think Bubba Bolden is still sticking around. I think he's still here. Buckner is 19 mil this year. Let me take a look here. You might need to give Buckner a new contract if you trade for him, is the thing. So you could reset the map, potentially. But let me check the Caleb Williams contract. Spotrac needs new servers, man. Number 20 for Jeffrey Simmons. That might work. I'm not against that. Okay, so his. Oh, wait a minute. The Colts can just release him. They take on zero dead. Okay, yeah. If we trade for Buckner, he's 100% going to want a new contract. Yeah, if we trade for Buckner, he's going to want a new contract, and then we can make the cap hit work to our favor. So I'm not worried about that at all. Are there Buckner trade rumors? Well, Indy obviously needs to trade him. I don't know if there are rumors, but we all know it's going to happen. Which linebacker tested really well at the combine? Owen Popoe. Owen Popoe tested great. Jags Josh Allen would only be a fifth rounder? That doesn't sound right to me. Isn't he good? Is he not good or something? What website are you using to see all the updates? Mostly Twitter. Corey Davis could be released. He's not that good, though. I'm not that interested unless he's like super cheap. Top five linebackers: Simpson, Henley, Campbell, Popo, Sanders, something like that. Yeah, Robert Woods got signed by the Texans a while ago. He got way more money than I thought he would, so I wasn't interested for that amount of money. Yeah, I would move on from Eskridge. I'm done with him. He's never going to do anything, I feel like. I'm just outie 5,000 on that one. Levante David or Wagner? Wagner, I guess. I've What's your opinion on Denzel Perryman? I like him. I like Denzel Perryman quite a bit. He's on my list. Kendricks got signed by the Chargers. Hank Dell is just too small. If he's going to be that small, he needs to test well, and he didn't test that well. Yeah. So, yesterday, I think around this time of day, things really slowed down and barely anything was happening. I'm wondering if that happens again today. Number 20 for Flowers seems too high. I might flip that. I might even do Mozzie Smith at 20. He's really good. And then Flowers at 37 I think makes more sense. Do all these drops at defensive tackle almost guarantee a Jalen Carter pick? Not necessarily guarantee, but I think that it is a very likely outcome here. Hey, Donnie. Yeah, I know we went for Zach Allen hard, which I like, but that was too much money. I think that actually would have been excessive for Zach Allen, and I like him, but I was surprised he got 15 million. I don't view him as that kind of disruptive player. What happened to David Moore? I think he's out of the league. Mozzie at 20 is too high. It might be, but I could see him going in the first round to Kansas City. Yeah, I'm going to look into Keon White a little bit more. I don't know if he's an edge or a lineman in this defense. Porter Jr. is not going to be there at 20, I don't think. I think he's going in the top 15. He had a really nice combine, too. Okay, the new React is out. Nothing special, but at the very least, we have something there. If I come up with something better, I can always replace it. Yeah, apparently today is Clemson's pro day, but I don't know the details of what's happening over there right now. Well, Jason Wolf, I'm pretty sure we'd stop running two-man fronts if we had better personnel on the defensive line. Tyree at 5, Breeze at 20, Sanders at 37, Mock at 52. It's okay. Um, I don't like Sanders that much, is the thing, Chrissy. I'm not a big Sanders guy. There are linebackers in this draft I like a lot more. Yeah, Boris, I probably will take a longer break today. Tomorrow's Carter's Pro Day. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Is there any concern with Cansey and his shorter arms? Oh, yeah, absolutely. But Aaron Donald had short arms too, and he overcomes that by being such a bizarrely dominant player. How are we able to pay Jones 25 million for his first year with us? We're not. That's not how it works. Against the cap, it's only 10 million. Can you speak on why Seattle might draft tight end and why it should be Darnell Washington? Because Darnell Washington is awesome. And Fant is only going to be here for one more year. So, oh, Miles Adams has now gotten the exclusive rights free agent tag. Beautiful. We love that. We like that a lot. Miles Adams may play a role on this team this year, by the way. Hopefully, Over the Cap knows what they're talking about. Washington could be gone at 37. That's possible. Absolutely. Well, John, I think there are a lot of people that don't take PFF super seriously. Darnell Washington is a much better blocker than Colby Parkinson. Would you rather draft running back through the draft? Generally speaking, that's a better idea, yes. How many exclusive rights tags can you do? Is there a limit? I don't think so. It's only limited to the number of players you have. Does anyone know what the Michael Jackson tender is? I'm going to look into this a little bit here. Hendon Hooker's not going to get to the fourth, I don't think. I think he's going to go in the third. I think Mike Jackson might be 870K then, but I can't be sure. Um, I think that's accurate, guys, but I can't be 100% sure. I'm anti QB at 5. Not necessarily anti, but I just don't think quarterbacks are going to be there. What's Kelnick up to today? I haven't seen. What are you doing with Abrams? He's probably gone. Okay. Oh, nice. Mike is 940. Okay. All right. Very nice. What's up, guys? Good early afternoon. We're just turning around from the AM to the PM, and we've got some more news from the Seahawks. Nothing huge, nothing earth shattering, but we have further information about the tenders. And this information is a little bit of a surprise to me on a couple different levels, and I'm still working to confirm it from more sources, but it looks pretty official at this point. So let's go ahead and break down what we are looking at here. So I already talked about Radigan. Radigan got tendered at 940,000, I believe it is. So Radigan's going to stick around, and that makes sense. He was a somewhat valuable special teamer. Ryan Neal has been tendered at the lowest possible level, 2.63 million. Right of first refusal, meaning that if somebody signs him, we get nothing. If somebody tops our offer and we do not match, we do not get anything for Ryan Neal. So to me, Ryan Neal is clearly worth more than 2.63 million. So I would be very surprised if somebody didn't try to outbid us there. Now we can try to outbid them back, but what kind of an arms race are we willing to get into with Ryan Neal knowing how much money we're spending at safety? Now, one theory is that we're planning on extending Ryan Neal before that becomes an issue, give him a longer term contract. That being the case, okay. But I have to admit, I'm a little bit concerned that not putting that second round tender on him to save less than 2 million bucks is going to end up hurting us. We'll see, but I feel like Ryan Neal is worth more than 2.63 million all day. But for the moment, he is tendered on right of first refusal. We have also placed tenders on Mike Jackson, and as it turns out, Mike Jackson is apparently exclusive rights, meaning it is actually extremely cheap and there is no risk in keeping him. The tender for Mike Jackson is supposedly $940,000, so we get a decent starting caliber corner for $940,000. That's really good. And we have also apparently just tendered Miles Adams for 870K. That is great news. Miles Adams played fairly well last year in a few games. I'm excited for that. I'm excited for him. He could play a non-trivial role on the defense in 2023. So, Miles Adams tendered, Michael Jackson tendered, John Radigan tendered, all for very cheap costs. I think our only remaining ERFAs are Tanner Muse and Godwin Ikwebuke. Personally, hope we tender both of them as well. Ryan Neal, we'll see what's happening, but as of right now, it looks like we have the lowest possible RFA tender on him. All right, peace out. Go Hawks, everybody. Okay, guys, be right back. Guys, we're back. So now that we know we're tendering Ryan Neal, I think safety becomes much less of a need. I think we can kind of stop thinking about safety as much as we have been. Hopefully we don't tender Penny Hart. That's the one I really don't want to touch. Can we just be done with the Penny Hart era? I don't think that's an unreasonable request. Emmanuel Mosley to the Lions. Yeah, I did see that when I was on the John. Yes, I did. Yeah, we're not trading Jamal Adams, guys. We may as well talk about us trading Steve Largent. The rights to Steve Largent. It's not happening. Yeah, the fact that we wanted Zach Allen indicates to me that we're still targeting pretty good defensive linemen, like maybe a Matthew Ioannidis. Yeah, McGlinchey's contract was shocking to me. But maybe it's not as bad as I initially thought. I just don't think he's all that. I don't know. It's gonna be very hard to convince me that contract is good. Let me check something here on Ioannidis. Okay, yes, he played in a 3-4 defense in 2019 and 2018 and 2017 and 2016. So Ioannidis has played in a 3-4 before. He's a little bigger than you would typically expect from a defensive end in a 3-4, but if he can do it, he can do it. In fact, he actually had his best year by far in a 3-4 defense. Russell Marqueux, thank you for the 5-month member message. McGovern, please. McGovern would be nice. Does Peyton move on from Russ if he stinks it up again this year? Yeah, I think he does. Just got an article on my phone that says the Giants should trade for Jerry Jeudy. That's not a terrible idea. I think Miles Adams is good for the cost roll in Jose. How does the tender process work? A tender is a 1 year deal that the player cannot refuse and the value of which is dictated by NFL rules. Right of first refusal means that if any team offers him more than the tender amount, you can top the offer to keep him. Yeah, Lamar is not going to get what he thinks he's going to get. And you know what? He did it to himself. Jalen Hyatt had an okay combine, but I'm still not crazy about him. Honestly, the guy I like is Marvin Mims in the third round. I like Marvin Mims in the third. He might go before 83. That's possible. But that's the guy who I like right now. Alan, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. That's true. Lamar's mom is his agent, and that's not working out terribly well for him right now, is it? I still want to tender Tanner Muse and Godwin Icky Bicky, by the way. It is starting to eat at the cap a little bit here. Like, let's think here. So that gets us to 23. That gets us to like 20. So because of the tenders, I think we're down to about 19 million. And if we tender Icky Bicky and Tanner Muse, that gets us down close to 17. So it is starting to eat at the cap space, but I mean, look, you need to have roster filler anyway. No problem, Staniel. Thank you. Appreciate it. You see us trading our late first round for someone? After the combine, I don't like it as much as I used to. I still don't. I still think it could work for maybe there's a player out there that it makes sense for. But as of right now, I think whoa, excuse me. There are enough good players there to take at 20 to where I kind of want to keep the pick. Guys, KJ's out of the league. Come on. Oh, I was looking at PFF Advanced Defensive Metrics last night. I might make a video about this. It's actually kind of crazy. Like Jordan Brooks is actually has really good advanced metrics against the run. Like I was surprised. He has a really high stop percentage and a really good average depth of tackle. but he's so bad in coverage, it wipes it all out. And then Cody Barton's like the exact opposite. His run defense metrics are atrocious, and his coverage numbers are pretty good. It's like two guys who are the exact opposite and end up being the exact same thing. Where they have strengths, but their weaknesses are so bad, it feels like their strengths just get completely wiped out. Yeah, you pay for PFF Plus. Oh, really? Penny to Philly. Oh boy. All right, guys. Wow. Rest in peace. 1 year deal. We don't know the money yet. Be interested to see the money there. Yeah, Bijan's not going to be there at 20, I don't think. Test. Okay. Right, people, good afternoon. Crying emojis in the chat. Crying emojis in the chat. Crying emojis in the comments. Not really, but we do have some news, and I think there are going to be at least some Seahawks fans that are very disappointed in this news. But it is the news. Rashad Penny, after a tumultuous and inconsistent and frustrating, but often entertaining stint as a member of the Seattle Seahawks, is going to Philadelphia. Rashad Penny has signed a 1 year deal. We don't know the exact terms yet with the Philadelphia Eagles. So he will not be a Seahawk for the upcoming season. A really kind of confusing, multifaceted tenure as a Seahawks running back where he was ultra efficient, explosive, really effective, looked like one of the best running backs in the league at times. You know, all these things we can say about Penny, unfortunately heavily held back by the fact that he was just made of glass. I shouldn't say made of glass, but struggled with fluke injuries constantly to the point where I think a lot of people were kind of sick of it and ready to move on. I mean, however you end up wanting to tell the Rashad Penny story now that it's over is up to you. But it is over. He is in Philadelphia now. And Seattle is now pretty thin at running back. Obviously, we're pretty good at the top. But Travis Homer is still a free agent. We'd have DJ Dallas still kicking around. Um, Tony Jones, I believe, is a free agent. If you want to include him, Godwin Igwebuike is still a free agent. If you want to count him, so at this point, I think the Seahawks need to look at bringing in a free agent and probably bringing in a rookie. They need to make this running back room deep. So we'll see what the money is. Obviously, I can't be overly critical of a decision to get rid of a running back who is this injury prone, but I did like him. There was certainly a price point I would have been fine bringing him back at. And he seems like a cool dude, so hopefully things work out for him. But yeah, Rashad Penny going to Philadelphia. That is the end of his Seattle tenure. And wish it could have worked out a little better than it did, but hey, there were bright points. He did help us win. He did help us accomplish things at points in his career. And now we're going to be surfing through the running back free agency stable and the draft stable to see what's up. All right, see you guys later. Go Hawks. Homer could come back now. Yeah, it makes more sense now. Yeah, Miles Sanders probably gone. And before anybody says anything, I don't really want Miles Adams that much. Probably going to be a little too expensive. Not that interested. Charbonnet would be nice. Diggs not happy. Yeah, I mean, you got to love Rashad Penny, even though you hate him at the same time, right? I think Bijan Robinson is like the second coming of Chris Carson. Very similar profile to Chris Carson, I think. The only difference is you'd have to get him in the fourth round, but that's because he's not injury prone. Okay, guys, we're swapping out our free agency tiers. Rashad Penny, you are no more, which means Deontay Harty is getting promoted. Or excuse me, Ben Jones is getting promoted to the screen. Hey, Andrex A, thank you for the $1.99. How do teams restructure contracts to get under the cap? They convert base salary to bonus salary, which spreads it out over the length of the contract. They basically make the future cap hits bigger to make the current cap hit smaller. Yeah, I'm sorry, Roshan. Did I say Bijan? I meant Roshan Johnson. Roshan Johnson is Bijan's backup. Yeah, Bijan is like Saquon or LaDainian Tomlinson. Roshan Johnson is like Chris Carson. Yeah, we need at least one more running back, I think, though. Lions have agreed to terms to bring it back DL John Kaminsky. Don't know who that is, which is interesting because I looked at a lot of defensive linemen in this free agency period. Alvin Anderson to the Patriots. Chris Rodriguez is interesting too. Would you go after Jamal Williams? Sure. I don't know how much he's going to cost, but I would definitely look at him. He's a fun little power back. Yep, Penny's gone. Well, he'll be gone tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I guess. Just got back from a bike ride. Very nice, right, guy? I haven't ridden my bike in a long time. Very similar ages, right? Wouldn't it be like they're brothers? Jamal and Draymond? Yeah, I work out some, Silas, but I don't think I'm thinner. I want to draft a running back, but we don't have to do it until like day 3, honestly. Oof. We get a comp pick. It depends on how much money he gets. We get a comp pick if he makes a certain amount of money. But that may not be the case because he can't stay healthy. Best corner left in free agency. It's probably Bradbury, but I don't really want any of the corners except for maybe some of the nickels. Thoughts on Andrew Tate? I don't know very much about him other than the very basics. Why don't you have your driver's license yet, right, guy? I thought you were old enough for that. Why are people sweating Penny leaving? I don't think people are sweating it. I think some people are sad because he was so good when he was healthy. Do you live on your own? No, I don't. Yeah, comp picks are the next year. What's for lunch? I don't know. I'm gonna have to do something about that soon, though. By the way, guys, we've got almost 700 people in here right now. Thank you to everybody for coming in and hanging out with me today. I just wanted to take this opportunity to let everybody know that after the stream tonight, I should be turning it off around 5 or 6, going to eat dinner. And then when I get back later tonight, I'm going to be live on Twitch, and I'm going to be starting a brand new game. I mean, I haven't played it before anyway. It's Horizon Forbidden West. So if it sounds like a good time to you to come watch me play Horizon Forbidden West for the first time, I'm going to link it. Why are my super chats not showing? I don't know, Derek. I haven't seen anything from you. Teddy G, thank you for the $1.99. Been at work. What's the cap looking like right now? If I had to guess, I think we're around 18 million. 17, 18 million. But again, that's super easy to create more cap space. There's nothing to it, guys. Is Twitch my full-time job? No. Is it on PC? No, it's a PS5 game. So yeah, I just linked my Twitch in the chat. If you want to head over there and give me the follow, you can watch me play Horizon Forbidden West tonight. Gonna break it in. If that sounds like a good time to you. I play a lot of other games too. I've tried 3 times at $10. You could try tipping. If you click the link that comes up when you do exclamation point tip, you could try that. But I haven't seen any super chats from you. Sorry, Derek. Sometimes your PayPal, credit card, or whatever it is you're trying to use doesn't work right. That happens sometimes. Do you play Madden? No, I don't play Madden. Not a Madden guy. No problem, Zip 47. Trevion Wright, if I hear good things about the game, I'll give it a shot, yeah. What do you think of Colby Wooden? I've looked at him a little bit. He seems pretty good, but I'm going to have to look into him a little bit deeper. I am intrigued, though. How much cap space do we need for draft picks? I think the actual number is going to be somewhere around 12 or 13 million. I played the Dead Space remake when it launched. I liked it a lot, Wu-Tang. Lonnie Phelps, yes, a little bit. He had a good combine, so I'm intrigued by him. I'm going to look into him more. But yeah, Lonnie Phelps, I'm starting to look into. I just looked it up real quick. Apparently, super chats and super stickers are not supported on mobile browsers. So if you're on a mobile browser, that's one reason why it could be not working. Just to let you know. Would you bring Shelby Harris back for cheap? Yeah, absolutely. Shelby Harris is still a pretty good player. He's just not great. My dad is obsessed with your show. Oh, that's cool, Jimmy. How much would you want Bobby for? Like 7 mil a year, maybe? That sounds about right to me. Do Mariners compete with Astros this year? I mean, I don't think they're going to pass them. I think they're going to be better, but I don't think they're going to pass the Astros. The Astros are really good. Do your parents watch football? Yes. Power hitter. Yes, they do. Oh, and by the way, Derek, I'm pretty sure that if you try to super chat and it doesn't go through, it doesn't take the money from you. So you don't have to worry about that. I don't think you lost the money. How do they feel about Gino? They like him. They really like him. Prediction for next signing? I'm going to say Greg Gaines. We need to lock up more stuff on this defensive line that's more important than linebacker because there's so many linebackers out there. Did I play football? No, I didn't even go to high school or middle school. I didn't go to any school, so never really had the opportunity to. Harris back to Broncos to replace Jones? That could happen. I'm not ruling that out. Coburn is pretty decent. I actually scouted him out the other day. I like it. Yeah, I was homeschooled. My best guess is our current cap space is about 17 or 18 million. That's my guess based off the moves, but I'm not sure. Thoughts on our schedule next season? It's tougher. It is. It's going to be harder. The MLB making the Ghost Runner permanent, I kind of hate it. It seems really stupid. How do you feel about our Slay trade? I don't really want Slay that much. He's a cornerback. I'm not into it. I'm sure Bobby would have no problem coming back if the offer was good. Thank you for the anonymous $10 tip. Mike Jack isn't a difference maker, and Bryant is slow and small for outside. I want Porter Jr. or Ringo or go after Jamel Dean. Well, Jamel Dean got re-signed for big money, so you can't go after Jamel Dean. Um, Let me make sure I get this right. How else do we cover San Fran's guys? Who is your day one left seat cornerback? Well, I mean, let's think about this for a second here. I don't think Brian is too slow or small for the outside. And don't forget about Trey Brown, by the way. Trey Brown's also there. He just had a full year to recover. But don't forget about Trey Brown. And the other thing to remember here is that, remember, our pass rush last year was not that good. These corners are going to look a lot better when we have a better pass rush like we will hopefully have this year. So I think that's really important to keep in mind here when you're talking about guys like Jackson, Kobe Bryant, and Trey Brown. Yes, they aren't amazing, but they're pretty good. And I think they can look a lot better in a better situation. And yeah, Derek, I got the tip. Yeah, Derek, if that was you just now, I did get it. And thank you. Yes, Rashad Penny's outie. Rashad Penny's out of here. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $5 super chat or 4.99, whatever. You see JS slash PC trading for a fifth year player during season like Chase Young. Also, during these live gaming streams, can you do Mario Brothers 3? Chase Young, specifically, Chase Young to me right now is like a bust. Like, he hasn't really had done anything since his rookie year. Go look at his numbers. He hasn't done anything since he was a rookie. Like, I think Chase Young's kind of a bust right now, so I'm not interested in him. As for trading for a fifth year player during the season, yeah, absolutely, especially if things are going well. Could I do Mario Brothers 3? Well, I could. The issue is I'm not very good at games like that, and I would probably emulate it, which would mean that I'm probably doing save states, which some people wouldn't appreciate. I guess I could play it on my Switch. Yeah, Derek, I got it. Uh, you had the question about cornerback, right? That was you? The thing I just answered about Mike Jackson and Bryant is slow and small for the outside. I was just talking about that. Yeah, okay. I think we got it. Thank you, Derek. Day one left corner. Well, I don't think you're. Well, I guess there is Christian Gonzalez, but you're not going to take him. Keely Ringo. I think he's going to be better safety. But anyway, okay. Mario Brothers 3. I don't know. I could play it on my Switch, but I'm probably going to be friggin' terrible at it. So I guess I could do it. MLB The Show 23. I'm probably not going to do the show this year. I'm not doing the show this year because they didn't put Julio on the cover. If they put Julio on the cover, I would have done it. But I think I'm skipping the show this year. I played it last year a bunch, and I think I'm going to be pretty content with that. Why can't we just have Bryant as our left? I think that could work. Yeah, don't forget about Trey Brown too, by the way, guys. Trey Brown was good, and then he got hurt. And then last year, he basically couldn't get his feet underneath him. It happens. What was that, Faith? Did you just ask me,
Are you a homosexual?
I'm half Korean, half Caucasian. Someone in the chat just asked me that question, so I'm like, okay, I gotta play this audio clip. NR, thank you for the $1.99. Thanks for your great Seahawks coverage. No problem. I do not like Korean food at all. Oh, and you know what we gotta do? Now that we've lost Rashad Penny, we gotta hit it. What was that clip from? It's from King of the Hill. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 Remake, I'm playing day one. All day. All day I'm playing that day one. It's gonna be great. Alright. If you guys are eating right now, put me on mute for like 30 seconds here for this one. Everyone ready?
Sunset found her squatting in the grass, groaning. Every stool was looser than the one before, and smelled fouler. By the time the moon came up, she was shitting brown water. The more she drank, the more she shat. But the more she shat, the thirstier she grew.
That's my favorite. What did I do for homeschooling? A lot of different stuff. I had a computer program back in the day. It was called HomeQuest that would help you with homeschooling. I remember that. Dude, I just lost so many viewers after playing that clip. No, that's from the audio book of Game of Thrones. It's from the What? Yeah, they call it audiobooks, right? Yeah, it's from the audiobook for Game of Thrones. Or no, they don't call it Game of Thrones. They call it Song of Ice and Fire, right? Thank you, Aiden. You love that clip? Play it again. Okay. If you're eating, put me on mute for 30 seconds.
Sunset found her squatting in the grass, groaning. Every stool was looser than the one before, and smelled fouler. By the time the moon came up, she was shitting brown water. The more she drank, the more she shat. But the more she shat, the thirstier she grew.
Yes, George R. R. Martin wrote that. I think it's in the fifth Song of Ice and Fire book. I think Daenerys or whatever her name is gets like dysentery or whatever it's called. Yeah, I lose viewers every time I play that. I don't know who it is narrating. It might be David Attenborough. It might be. Yeah, I think we're going to restructure Locket. I suspect it heavily. Does the whole ebook have the background music playing? I'm not sure. I've actually never watched or read Game of Thrones Song of Ice and Fire. That is something that passed me by when it was a big thing. Yeah. My soundboard's really cool. I also have the DMX bark. I have Norm MacDonald.
But 9/11 was a national tragedy.
And I have the I'm going to jail guy.
I'm going to jail!
I have the sensational from Future.
Sensational.
I think this one is from Deuce Bigelow, European Gigolo.
That's a huge bitch!
I can't play two clips at the same time. You have the unlimited clip from Russ? No, I don't. That's not a bad one, though. So far, who do you think is winning free agency? Honestly, I really like what the Bears are doing. I know they're just kind of doing it via signing a ton of different people. But I do like what the Bears are doing. Honestly, I should have done Let's Ride last year. Doing it now, I don't think would be the same. I think doing Let's Ride now that we don't have the Broncos pick, it doesn't hit the same, you know? Who's losing free agency? Might be the Raiders. I'm here so I won't get fined. That's pretty good. I could do that. Rams? I mean, Rams are losing the offseason in general, yeah. Why is Quentin Jefferson gone? Because we want the money. As much as Quentin Jefferson does have value as a pass rusher, he was really bad against the run. He was. I'm not a Jimmy G fan, so I think the Raiders are not doing terribly well there. That's for Jimmy G. Narrated the first 4 or 5 audiobooks, then that's probably him in that clip. Ooh, Kazir White gets 2 years, 11 million from Arizona. Interesting. You'd think they have enough linebackers right now with all the picks they spend on them. Sion Taki, 1 year, 2.6. By the way, I actually did have Kazir White on my tier list, but he's way near the bottom. So anyway, off he goes. Unfortunate. What clip is that sad song from? No, it's the Titanic song, but it's done on a recorder by somebody who doesn't really know how to play the recorder. So it sounds really, really crappy. Like, listen, it's My Heart Will Go On played on recorder. Listen. No, it's not a tuba, it's the recorder. You know how when you're a little kid and you're starting out in music class, everybody gets a recorder. It's just the little, like, tube thing. Yes, Jordan, I'm going to be playing Resident Evil 4 Remake probably the day it comes out. I'm probably a day one player of that for sure. Carry Johnson was cool, yeah. Take care of y'all chicken from Marshawn. Yeah, I could do that. Thoughts on Waller trade to Giants? I think it's a good deal for the Giants. I think they should be pretty happy. Okay, I think my stream finally recovered from me playing the Game of Thrones clip. Or most of the way, anyway. No, I think Mozzie Smith deserves to be raised. He had a good combine. I really like Mozzie Smith. Teasers for Last of Us multiplayer? No. Last of Us multiplayer, I'm not that interested in it. I don't really like multiplayer stuff that much. Yeah, Philly is getting raided, man. We do have the Broncos' first 2 picks this year, not next year. This year, yes. What are your thoughts on Nolan Smith? Fun player. Really intriguing. Do a Marshawn clip, I'm thankful for donos. That's not a that could work. Alright guys, so we've been streaming for close to 4 hours now. Ooh, Titans signed AllStarRay. Ooh, unfortunate. I liked him. Okay, he's off the board. Still good linebackers left. Still good linebackers left. I just hope we don't get tunnel vision on Bobby. I hope we're looking at other options as well. Like, Bobby's cool, but don't get tunnel vision, man. Yeah, Clowney's still available. If I had to guess, I'd say we get Jalen Carter, and I have mixed feelings on that. Can you show your board again? Okay. This is just the top of the board, though. There's a lot of stuff on the board that you can't see yet. Yeah, Tranquil is still out there. I'm not sure what Fletcher Cox is going to want. He is getting older. Wow, we must... I guess we like Keely Ringo, which surprises me. My day job, I'm a software developer. All right, guys. Anyway, we've been streaming for about 4 hours now. Things are going really well. The Seahawks are active. The NFL is active. And the stream is going great. We've hit our members goal for the month of March already. We unlocked that new emoji slot, which I utilized, so that was awesome. Thank you to everybody for helping make that happen. We picked up a lot of subs today. Donations are going well as well. If you combine super chats and tips, we're looking at about $140, which, hey, that's awesome. So things are going really well. We still got more than half of the day in front of us. I'm going to be taking a break here. I'm going to be gone a little bit longer. I could be gone like half an hour. I got to get food. I got to get lunch. I got to figure that out. So I'll be going a little bit longer than usual. But I will be back and we will continue on. Thank you for hanging out with me today. Be back soon, and hopefully the Seahawks have more moves. I will come back, by the way, if I notice the Seahawks make a move of significance. Well, I'll see if I can, John Freeman. I'm not sure. I'm going to probably go make a sandwich or something. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, we are back. Anything happen? Any new news? Hipkins. Ray Pipkins. Okay. Little something. That's actually pretty reasonable if he's a starting right tackle. Okay. We are caught up. Hoping Rogers retires still, man. That would be the funniest thing. Skoronski has only played tackle his entire career. He's not ready to start inside. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me terribly. Yeah, I saw that one, Big Country. Well, yeah, I'm sure Rogers knows they're going to get some of them. They're not going to get all of them. That's unthinkable. I think we do something before the end of the day. Oh, Alan Lazard. Got more money than Myers. It's probably an overpay, but I guess they had to do it to get Rodgers. Still don't know why teams want Rodgers so much. He's washed. Hey, Big Patty. How you doing? Yeah, Dolphins should be good. They might be working out the details with Tranquil. Yeah, maybe. Hey, soon. I mean, I'm really happy with what we've done. We just haven't done a lot yet. I'd give it an A. No real problems. But we got to see way more. Man, is Salah Robert Saleh is going to get fired anyway. Top guy left on the board. Here we go. There we go. There's the board. We're not getting Frank, guys. We're not getting Frank. He doesn't fit this defense. Connor McGovern, probably somewhere around the range of like $8 to $9 million a year for 3 years. Hey, Amari Taylor. No, but it's becoming pretty clear that it's going to happen. And Nathan, we're probably still going to release Woods. I think there's a very good chance that happens. Yeah, Paris Campbell's nice. There are a couple centers in this draft who have really grown on me. Do you still think we draft a quarterback after the Geno contract? Probably not. I don't think any of the quarterbacks are going to be there. I think Arizona's going to trade down, and it's going to be quarterback, 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 and then we're there. None of the quarterbacks are left. That's what I think is going to happen. Big Patty Daddy, burn on a fly route. I'm not going to say anything because I'm going to get in trouble. I have an answer, but if I say it, I'm going to get in trouble. ATL could do it. Tennessee could do it as well. I think Will Anderson's a better player, so I would say Will Anderson. Players left? Okay, here. Now, the top five centers in some order: JMS, Tipman, Whippler, Oluwatimi, maybe Stromberg. If Penny stays healthy, he might have 2,000 yards next year. On that team, yeah. Typically, yeah, we don't do a lot until later in the day. That's true, Darius. But they're going to be ahead a lot, so they're going to be running the ball a lot. Right? So, Alan Lazard is the latest biggest news. I think Penny's going to be great on the Eagles if he stays healthy. How I want to fill out the rest of the defensive line. At this point, I'm starting to really like the Greg Gaines idea. Bring me Greg Gaines. Team Hicks for cheap would be nice. Ooh, J.D. McKissick. Let's go. I want Sue. I don't like that guy. I don't like Sue. I just don't want to root for him more than anything else. I mean, we did tender a bunch of players earlier this morning. Mm-hmm. No, Bobby. I would assume so, but he might be busy. Ida not available. Waller trade biggest move of the day. Hmm. Let me think here. No, somebody's going to sign McGovern. What do I think of Love? I'm not a big fan of Jordan Love, but I haven't seen a ton of him. But what I've seen doesn't impress me. Cardinals bring back Matt Prater. Packers are not going to sign Lamar. Max Shermitt, thank you for the $2. Which running back could we draft to replace Penny? My guy right now is Roshan Johnson. But there are a bunch of other guys who would be good. Chris Rodriguez, Charbonnet. Oh, I'm definitely going to do a lot of those, Will. I'm just not going to do them right now. I think Juju's going to be pretty expensive. Juju might get like 12, 13 million a year. Evan Hull, yeah. Homer's a free agent, yes. Donta Foreman would be a great free agent. I like that a lot. Garrett Wilson is going to kill it with Rodgers, though. That's actually kind of scary. Honestly, I think Barton's going to play a lot better in Washington in a 4-3 defense behind that really elite offensive line. No, Rodgers is not official yet. But I'm pretty confident he's going there. Honestly, my main desire in terms of running back, just give me Roshan Johnson. Fourth round, let's go. Hey, Seahawks fan. Just bring Marquise Goodwin back. I don't think anybody would mind that terribly. Goodwin was really efficient last year. Really? Why do they want Vander Esch back? I'm surprised. I thought they would be out on Van Der Esch. So, um, Jose, I think it's like 17, 18 million, but that's just my estimate based off the math. Whoa, excuse me. Well, Bijan's not going to be there at 20. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. Disgusting. Anyway, what was I going to say? I was going to say something and it was going to be really interesting and illuminating and oh well. Yeah, Chase, I do, but I don't think he lasts to the second round. Can you if Bijan's there at 20, I think I'm okay with it. But I don't want him at 5, which is what it would take. Goodwin's a track star, guys, remember? He has a background in track and field. Not really that one tall dude. That would be really, really hard. Isn't Denzel Mims like a pure deep threat? Like he doesn't know how to run routes, he just runs straight down the field? That's not a great fit in this offense. I think at this point Bobby Wagner's starting to become pretty likely. I like Travis Homer, but he can't stay healthy anymore, so I'm cautious. But now that Penny's not coming back, it's a little more acceptable. Well, DK Metcalf has learned how to run more routes. He's become a much better route runner lately. Like DK was a great fit for the Schottenheimer offense. He's not as good a fit for this offense, but he's learned how to become a different kind of player that fits in well. Wow, apparently Reddit is down right now. Crazy. Well, Ryan, I think we are going to go for that run. Why else would you bring in Draymond Jones? No, tendered means it's a 1 year deal, the value of which is dictated by the NFL rules, and the player cannot refuse. Like, if you offer a player a tendered contract, they have to accept it. Yeah, I think Clemson had their pro day today. No faith, I don't. Yeah, Zach Allen would have been tight, but he cost way more than I thought he would have. Do you think we keep Daryl Taylor? Yeah, there's no point in moving on. It's not a good linebacker draft either way, but there are some guys who I think can do it. Eckler, I don't really want to trade for Eckler. I want a power back. Nothing yet. And they get Fournette for cheap. I don't think he's going to be cheap, and I don't like Fournette. I don't think he's good. Why did Pete switch to 3-4? Because the old defense wasn't producing good results. We didn't have a good defense in like 5 straight seasons. So we decided, well, we got to start trying different things. It's too late to release Diggs. His contract vested a month ago. Pretentious. It's actually too late. If you try to do it now, he still gets a lot of that money. Any particular name for a power back? Donta Foreman? You think Tyreek Smith will play next year? He'll play. I'm not buying that he'll be very effective because of his hips. It seems like that hip injury is a problem, a long term problem. Would you give up a fifth for Henry? Well, yeah. We'd only need him as a power back for a year or two. For a fifth round pick, sure, but I'm not giving up significant assets for him. James Robinson was really bad last year. Sinqui, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the sub. What's up? What's up? What's up? Keyshawn Beaver, welcome to this channel. Thank you for the sub. I do feel like Henry's basically about to ride off a cliff and become a very lackluster running back, but for like 1 year, if he's just your power back, that's fine. What are they going to do with D. Eskridge? I think they're just going to keep him, see what happens, and then next year probably make a decision. What the hell are you talking about, Lazy Lewis? I still didn't sleep enough last night. Sleeping is hard. Well, nothing new. Oh yeah, we can create more cap space. We can cut Al Woods, maybe cut Brian Monet, restructure Lockett, extend Nwosu, and I think those are the main things. You could also add void years to Metcalf's contract, but the team might not want to do that right now. And we don't need to anyway, so. We bring back Puna? I doubt it. Does John ever restructure? To my memory, we restructured Wilson's contract twice. Last year, we restructured Gabe Jackson's contract and Shelby Harris's contract. So yes, Una, to my knowledge, hasn't gone anywhere yet. Yeah, but he's old and can't stay healthy anymore. Bergs. Who's your player Seattle is most likely to pick the upcoming draft? I'm gonna say Dion Henley. If I had to pick one player, I'm gonna say Dion Henley. Ooh, Raiders thinking about trading Renfro. So much for the best receiver core in the league. Man. I mean, look, they need those players to bail out Garoppolo. They can't be doing this. This is a bad idea. Should we create more cap space? I would. I would definitely do it. All right. It is almost 2 o'clock now. So, odds are good the Seahawks are going to start making moves in the next, like, an hour to 2 hours. So, I'm going to actually step away for a little while here. And when I get back, we will continue on and hopefully have some Seahawks stuff to talk about. So, everyone just hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Ooh, Zach Swanson, thank you for the sub. So I'm going to step out for a little bit, try to wind it down. Thank you. And if anything big happens, I will be back. And I'll be back a little bit later either way to figure out what's going on. And hopefully the team does something good. So I just need to lay down for a little bit here. And we have a move. We have a move. What's up, everybody? Yeah, I kept checking and we kept not doing anything. So I was just decided to, you know, it was tough to get myself up to just, come on here and talk about how, hey, we still haven't done anything. Sorry, everybody. Well, it is about 4 o'clock. It is 4 o'clock. Okay, Leighton Vander Esch. Let me update the board real quick. Being off the sorry about being off screen for so long here. Herman Gombos, thank you for the 4.99. Welcome back. Your chat went crazy while you were gone. Hopefully you didn't go too crazy. I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah, no Bobby. I did see the Dallas stuff. I didn't mean to be gone that long. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, Andy Dalton to the Panthers. Ooh, Denver got Samaji Perine. I kind of like him. Thoughts on Jerron Reed coming back? Okay. Um, Not particularly thrilled about that. That's why I came back, because I saw that that happened. Don't worry, I'm not skipping over it. I not particularly thrilled about that one. To me, Jerron Reed at this point is maybe worth like 2 million a year at most. Not into it. I mean, yeah, he's okay for depth, but that's a little too much money. I just don't think he's particularly appealing. I don't think Reed's better than Jefferson. I think Jefferson at least had some real bright spots to him. Ogunjobi got way more money than I thought he was going to. Okay, there we go. The board's updated. Reed is better. I don't agree with that. All right, guys. So, the good news is I got plenty of sleep, so I'm ready to go for tonight. I did not want to step away for that long during a stream day, but it is what it is. And literally nothing was happening for the Seahawks until just now, so I think everyone's going to be forgiving of that with me. Okay. Whew. Okay. Everybody ready? All right. Everyone behave for a minute here. What's up, everybody? We've got ourselves a Seahawks move, and it's one that a lot of people were feeling like might come. It's one that people started talking about as this day went on. It's not really something I was thinking about before today necessarily. He wasn't even on my list, but now that the move has been made, it does kind of make sense to me with the benefit of hindsight. The Seahawks have brought Jarran Reed back into the fold to be part of the defense. 2 years, 10.8 million. So, kind of, it's kind of amusing that you yesterday, early in the day, you released Shelby Harris, and you bring in clearly the guy meant to replace Shelby Harris. And then this morning you release Quentin Jefferson, and you now bring in the guy clearly intended to replace Quentin Jefferson on a very similar contract. So Jarran Reed, I don't know. I just don't see that much with him. The last couple years, he just hasn't been much of a presence in terms of pass rush. I think he has like 5 sacks in 34 games played over the last 2 years. So he's playing games. He's piling up snaps. He's getting opportunities to put up numbers. And I just don't see the production there. I think that at this point he's probably just kind of a warm body, maybe slightly more than a warm body. So if we had brought him in for like 1 year, 2 million, or 1 year, 2.5 million, maybe that would have been fine. But to me, 2 years, 10 million. Even though I understand what's probably going to happen here is that the first year is going to have a cap hit of like 3.5 million, and then the second year we're going to probably release him and he'll make like 2 million. I understand it's probably more like a 1 year, $5.5 million deal that splits across 2 years in actual effect. He's just, if we're going to get somebody on the level of a Jarran Reed, I would have preferred it to be a little less money. And if we're going to go get somebody for a multi-year deal that is theoretically up to $11 million in value, I would have wanted to go get somebody who has a more chance to be a different maker. I don't think he's that good against the run anymore, by the way. He hasn't been particularly good against the run in some time, according to any source that I care to look at. I'll do more research into it later. He's not a player that I've dug into a lot lately because he was kind of an afterthought to me. But Jarran Reed, I mean, we needed defensive line depth, admittedly, but I would have liked to have gone either a little bit cheaper or a little bit better. This is kind of stuck in the middle for me. All right. We'll see what happens over the next hour plus, but those are my thoughts on the Jarran Reed signing. Let me know what you guys think down below. Yeah, I'm guessing the first year cap hit is like 3.5, and then there's going to be like a dead cap hit the next year of like 2, and then it's whatever. But I would have gone a little bit cheaper or a little bit more upside. Connor Schlager, thank you for the $5 super chat. What's your opinion on the D. Jones signing? Inconsistency in the run game worries me. Has good pass rush stats, but with low double team rate for IDL. Well, one thing about the run game that I think is fair to bring up is that Draymond Jones has spent his whole career on offense with teams that have terrible offenses. That always kind of dings your grade in certain areas. And I do think that's part of it. And the other part to remember is that he's young. There are guys like, just as an example, let me think here. Where do I put this? How should I put this? There are guys like Javon Hargrave who are older who have the same problem, but they're much older. Um, there is some debate over whether or not he's actually bad against the run, by the way. I think NGS actually thinks he's good against the run. It's PFF that thinks he's bad against the run. There is some room for debate there. Admittedly, I suspect he's probably not great against the run, but at the end of the day, in the NFL, pass rushers get paid big money. The guys who are good against the run usually don't get paid the big money. I don't think we're gonna have to start Reed. I think you're gonna look at a situation where one starter is Jones and then the other starter is top rookie X. Yeah, I'm not into the Darius Slay thing, Nate. I agree with you there. Not a fan of the Darius Slay idea. I'm surprised Jerron Reed's willing to come back, by the way. He left on bad terms. Do you remember? Anybody remember a couple years ago he left on bad terms? Hate it, but I definitely don't like it. I think you could have done either a little bit better or a little bit cheaper. If you're like Jerron Reed has been a complete jag for 2 years now, maybe more, like a complete jag. Anyway, once again, guys, I do want to apologize for falling asleep for that long. I did not mean to do that. LB's definitely better than Reed at this point. Yeah. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 super chat. And by the way, John, I want to say on stream here, because I know you donate a lot off stream, thank you for all your tips that you send overnight. I do notice those. I want to say I appreciate all that. Hi, Brendan. I hope the Hawks have a secret plan on how to get Neal to stick around. Wouldn't be a good guy to lose. I think we will keep him around, but my concern is that we end up getting bid up to a point where we're maybe a little uncomfortable. That would be bad. Because the reason why I say that is because if we had put a bigger tender on him, teams would not have been willing to go after him knowing they have to give up that second round pick. So we would have been able to just keep him at the 4.6. Now I'm worried we get bid up past that point because there's no pick hanging over his head. But we'll see. I also want Neil, anybody who wants a young safety. Yeah, Gilmore for a fifth seems pretty dang cheap. Anyway, let me pull some guys off the tiers. So it doesn't look like anybody from the top of my tier list has been signed. Like Leighton Vander Esch is the highest value guy who's been signed. He's off. Ryan's off. Ogunjobi's off for way more money than I thought I was going to get. Can somebody explain that to me, by the way? Is Ogunjobi actually really good or something, and I didn't know or something? Because I thought he didn't play very well last year. Yeah, I'm mostly using Twitter, but I'm also using some other stuff as well. Govern's still out there. Yeah, I see that. No, Jerron Reed was not on the list. I'd completely forgotten about him. I had no real interest there. To me, he's kind of like another Quentin Jefferson to me. So on that level, I get it. But here's the thing: Quentin Jefferson was actually a relatively destructive pass rusher last year. He just really, really couldn't play the run. I would rather have that than a guy like Jerron Reed, who I don't think is very good in either area. We do have some flexibility in the draft now. Some people are pointing that out. That is true. Thoughts on Levante David? I'm concerned about the age. Kind of like I'm concerned about the age with Bobby Wagner. I'd rather have Bobby than Levante David, but I'm a little concerned about it on both ends. Is Danny Shelton available? Gabriel, the thing is, the last 2 years, he has 5 sacks. He's got 5 sacks over the last 2 years, and I don't think his pressure numbers are that good. I'll go do more research on Jerron Reed tonight because I haven't been looking at him lately, but I was just giving my snap reaction. I'm going to look at what Jerron Reed's done the last couple years on the more advanced metrics. Connor, thank you for the $2. If we get Carter, what position do you prefer at 20? Either linebacker or edge, BPA, across those two. Hey guys, and just to remind everybody, tonight I will be streaming over on Twitch after this stream is over and after I take care of my dinner. So I'm going to post a link to my Twitch. I'm going to be starting a new game tonight, Horizon Forbidden West, if you want to come and watch me play that. Apparently the game is very pretty to look at. So I'm going to link my Twitch one more time here. And y'all can come on by if that sounds like something that is fun to you. Head on over there now and click the follow button if you want to be alerted when I go live tonight. No, I don't want Addison anymore. He tested terribly. Did you play Zero Dawn? Yes. Did I enjoy Wolong? I do. I like Wolong. I'm going to get back to it at some point. but it's going to be a little while. There are other things I'm doing that take higher priority. And while I like Wolong, it is poor man's Sekiro. So that's not ultra interesting to me. Jaren. Jaren Reed. Okay, Jaren Reed. Jaren. I'm playing on PS5. Yeah, I'm gonna play the RE4 remake the day it comes out. I'm probably doing that on PC unless the PC port is like complete trash. Do you like Paris Campbell in the slot? I do like Paris Campbell. He's interesting. We're not going to be able to get Bijan at 20. He's going to be gone before then. You could get John Michael Schmitz in the second round, but I'm not. I'd actually rather get Tippmann in the third. I don't want Zay Flowers at 20. That's too high for him. I did Hogwarts Legacy last month. It was good. I liked it. PFF says Reed Jefferson. No, I understand that. But I'm not completely convinced that in the NFL all things are equal. Like run defense and pass defense are necessarily equal. I'd honestly rather have Quentin Jefferson coming off the bench than Jerron Reed. At least Jerron Reed is a destructive pass rusher. Yeah, I played Ghost of Tsushima like last year, about a year ago. I'm gonna play Elden Ring in like a month or two, Kyle. I'm gonna stream Elden Ring in about a month. That's gonna be fun. I don't know. I'm not convinced that Jerron Reed is good against the run. I'm gonna have to do some deep dives into it. I'm not convinced he's good against the run anymore. Let me do some poking. Let me do some. Let me take a look at some stuff here because he's played all 17 games 2 years in a row, and he averages like one pressure a game, a little bit more. I mean, that's okay. I don't know. It's maybe not terrible, but I don't know. I prefer something either a little bit cheaper or with a little more upside. Man, I played Bully a long time ago. You think the Hawks might trade Fant? They might, but they probably won't do it until draft day. Thing is, you could have spent probably a few million more bucks and gotten Greg Gaines, who I think is way more interesting. On PFF, he had 33 pressures. Okay. On PFR, he had like 18. Caleb McGarry back with the Falcons. I didn't even know he was available. Red Dead 2. I did Red Dead 2 back a little after it came out. It's a phenomenal game. I will play it again at some point, but probably not this year. Wow, they spent some pretty decent money on the boy. Hines. RTK. McGarry. 334.5. Yep. Former Husky. Holding it down. I don't mind us targeting Jalen Carter, but I am concerned about it. I don't hate it, but I'm not going to completely embrace it right now because it's just like it could go bad. Yeah, Wagner, as of right now, as far as we know, one team is after Wagner, and it's the Seahawks. Um, Dallas was in. Okay, Tsunami, stop spamming. No, I don't want JSN at 20. It's too high. Stop spamming chat. I've said this before, I'll say it again. JSN at 20 is too high. He's a slot only. If I'm going to spend a first round pick on a receiver, he should be able to play outside a little bit. I feel like Gibbs and K9 is a little redundant. They're both speedbacks. Carter's not going to slip to 20, I don't think. Okay. Let me take a look here. So Jerron Reed among how many? 76 qualifying defensive linemen was 15th in the league in run stops. So that's pretty good. His stop percentage was 32nd, so slightly above average. Average depth of tackle is not good. 3.1 yards. That's worse than Draymond Jones. Oh, yeah, the Vikings got their long snapper back. Good for them. Well, Dallas just re signed Leighton Vander Esch and also traded for Gilmore, so they probably can't get Wagner now. So, yeah, Jerron Reed overall, based off those metrics, he seems maybe just a tiny bit better against the run than Draymond Jones. Maybe that's a little unfair. Maybe a good amount better, but not massively better. I would say a little bit better though. Yeah, I don't know. It's not bad. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. I don't think Slay will be a Seahawk. How is he as a pass rusher? Hold on. He ranks 25th in total pressures out of 54. So, middling. PRP, he's 28th. Again, right near the middle. His pressure rate, let me take a look here. His pressure rate looks like it's about 9%. That's okay. So it's a little bit better than Jag. Maybe he is a little bit better than Quentin Jefferson, but Quentin Jefferson's PRP was actually really high, like top 6. You've basically taken the Quentin Jefferson savings and given it to Jerron Reed, it seems like here is the thing. Connor Olschlager, thank you for the $2. Reed's pass rush win rate on next gen stats is decent, 14%. Yeah, what was it for Quentin Jefferson, I wonder? I'm going to have to look that up later. I don't know. It's not bad. I don't hate it. I just would have liked to have been a little more ambitious here. I'm probably going to do Metroid Prime Remastered. I am probably going to do Metroid Prime Remastered because I've never played the original Metroid Prime. I just don't know when I'm going to be able to get to it. I've got way too many games to play, not enough time. Yeah, I've streamed sports games. I just don't play Madden. That's the thing. People always ask me to play Madden, and I'm like, I don't really like Madden that much. According to Jane Slater, Bobby Wagner will not go to the Cowboys because of the LVE deal. Connor Olschlager, Jefferson was around 4 to 5%. Wow, that's completely contradictory to what PFF has. High double team percentage, though. Maybe that explains it. No, I'm not going to play Madden. Madden sucks. Isn't 2K bad lately? To my knowledge, 2K is not very good lately. What do you think of a Wagner and Devin Bush linebacker duo? That's not too bad. I'd rather have a rookie than Devin Bush, but it's the same idea. Like, Devin Bush has great potential. Yeah, Madden 05 was the best Madden. That's a great game. Orlando Brown to the Bears. Wow. They are going for it. I like it. You know, my best friend is a Bears fan. I can dig that. DJ Turner, Julius Brents. I mean, we honestly need DJ Turner more, even though I think Julius Brents is better. So it just depends on your perspective. I don't know. It's all right. It's all right. What do you think of Bobby and Drew Tranquil? That would be pretty good. I hope there's a rookie involved in there, though, even if he's just sitting and waiting. Like, if you got Owen Popoe to sit and watch for a year, that would be cool. Well, I think the thing to remember here, guys, Jerron Reed may very well be a 1 year deal in effect. We'll see what the contract is when it comes out. It'll probably be like a 1 year deal with 2 million dead next year. So if that's the case, then I don't think it affects the draft at all. I don't think anything we've done so far over the last couple days affects the draft remotely. Remember, we basically replaced Shelby and Q Jeff with Jones and Reed. And if you look at it like that, it's like we haven't actually gotten anything else going on here. If you think about it like that for a second, then it's like, yeah, we still need to think about this in the draft. Michael, thank you for the $4.99. Reed is support guy. Teams will be so worried about Jones, Carter, and Nwosu that he can be a big guy up the middle and make plays, rotate with Woods. I don't think he would rotate with Woods. Woods is a nose tackle. Jarron Reed is not a nose tackle. He was a 3-tech back in the day, and he's not big enough to be a nose tackle in a 3-4. I think he's going to play defensive end in this defense. I don't think he's going to be a nose tackle now. He's not got the size for that. All right. Okay, Julius Peppers or Jabril Peppers move on the board. The new coaches. I actually really like the new coaches. He weighs 307. Yeah, nose tackles are typically not that light. It does happen, but Jarron Reed to me is not a nose tackle the way that he plays. I don't see that. Anyway, it is almost 5 o'clock. When we get to 5 o'clock, I'm going to record the recap of the day, and then I'm going to go eat dinner, and then I'm going to get ready to go on live on Twitch. A little later. If the Seahawks make a significant move tonight, then I'm going to have to adjust things a little bit and probably start coming back to stream more after dinner for the next 3 days because the team is showing their tendency to wait until late in the day to do stuff. If they do that, then I'm going to just have to start streaming a little after dinner for the next couple days. So what might happen is I might go on Be Right Back for like half an hour to 45 minutes to eat dinner and then come back for a while. I'm just going to have to, call an audible with my plans a little bit. What's for dinner? I think I'm just having fried rice, not a whole lot. Panthers hosting Adam Thielen. Okay. All of Jefferson's production came at the end of the regular season when he hit a small hot streak. Yeah, but we needed something going right at the end of the season. Like, I don't think that's without value. So we need a nose tackle then? I think we do. What RBs other than Eckler should we get? I like Donta Foreman. Who would you have wanted instead of Reed? Maybe Greg Gaines, if you're looking at it like that. Greg Gaines, younger, fills a more clear need to me. Matthew Ioannidis, just a little bit better. Fletcher Cox, maybe. Andrew Billings, Ashawn Robinson, Akeem Hicks, guys like that, I would say. Who are our free agents that are available to talk to other teams starting tomorrow? Oh, everybody's already been free to talk to people since Monday. Yeah, Matthew Ioannidis would have been OP. He was really good when he played in a 3-4 a few years ago. James Peters, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. Ooh, my favorite poker vlogger is deep in a PLO tournament when he's never really played PLO before. Yeah. I don't know. That stuff is generally more valuable than somebody who's decent against the run, though. I do think Reed is probably an upgrade over Poonaford. I do agree with that. Does Reed fit into a 3-4? Yeah, we don't know. We're going to have to put him in there and hope he can do it. I'm not that worried about that. I just think his ceiling as a player is relatively low. What PLO player? He's not a PLO player. He's a Hold'em player. He played it for fun. Okay, he busted out in sixth a while ago. Not bad though. Packers use 3-4. Yeah. Uh, Let me check something here real quick. Yeah, that's true, right? The Packers. Well, what did the Packers use last year? Yeah, 3-4. Yeah, okay. So that's all good. You think Seahawks make one more signing today? I think we're just kind of waiting for trying to negotiate the cost down on uh Wagner, and I don't think that's going to happen tonight. So, based off the moves we've made so far over the first 2 days, here's my guess. Tomorrow morning we release Al Woods, and then later in the day we get Greg Gaines because we keep releasing guys early, and then late in the day we replace them. Get the tip? Hold on one second. No, I haven't gotten a tip in several hours here. Matt Filer. Chargers released him. I don't know very much about him. Cole Hardman's kind of been a disappointment, though, ain't he? Like, he was supposed to step up big time this year, and it didn't happen. I love the Draymond Jones signing, Alex. I think it's great. I'm very excited. How was my nap? It was good. I needed it. It is hard for me to sleep lately. I do not sleep well lately. Ravens bringing back Trayvon Mullen to a one-year deal. What is Gaines worth? I'd say like 6-7 million a year. Greg Gaines, he's an undersized nose tackle who has been good for the Rams outside of last year. Last year, the Rams were terrible, generally speaking, so I don't really hold that against him. Penny only got 2.1. Wow. God, I would have done that all day. We must have been super done with Rashad Penny. Thank you, Mask. If I wake up at 5 a.m. and exercise, I'm definitely going to fall asleep in the middle of the day. I don't know how much Leonard Floyd's going to cost. I feel like he's going to cost too much, but if I'm wrong, sure. He wanted a fresh start. Yeah. The deal is really 2.8. Where are you seeing that, Kyle? I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West tonight. Okay, it doesn't seem like he knows what the actual value of the contract is. He's just guessing, but he is correct in that the deal is probably going to be a little bit less than reported. Can you compare Jerron Reed versus Draymond Jones stats from last year? I kind of was just doing that a little bit ago. I mean, Jerron Reed was a little bit better as a run defender, I think. Draymond Jones was significantly better as a pass rusher, had a higher pressure rate, higher number of pressures overall, more productive pressures because he got more sacks. No, I know, Kyle, but I'm wondering what the base value is. What does a tender do? A tender is basically a one-year deal, the value of which is dictated by the NFL rules that the player cannot turn down. When a player is tendered, he's locked in. He can either take the tender or retire, basically. How much cap we have available? Let me think here. If I had to guess, I'd say something around 13 and a half. But that's just me doing math in my head. I'm just guessing based off the contracts we've seen so far and the information we have available to us. I think there's a very good chance there ends up being a trade that allows 4 QBs to go in a row at the top of the draft. Yeah, that's a really good deal. I would have done that all day. Some people think he wanted to leave Seattle because he wouldn't put up big stats here because he'd be behind K9, which is possible, but unfortunate. No, Wilson, we're not paying Wilson anything anymore. Top needs now. I don't think anything's changed, Commander Guts. We're signing guys to replace guys that we're releasing. Can or would you restructure Will Disley? Yes, you can. Would I do it? Probably. But a lot of people want to move on from Disley after this year, and I can't blame them. So a lot of people are not going to be crazy about that. Connor Olschlager, thank you for the $2 super chat. Do you think Schmitz will be there at pick 52? Probably not, and that's kind of why I don't want him. Some team that uses inside zone and power inside power stuff more is going to value Schmitz more than we do. I think because we want a mobile center. If I had to guess, I'd say there's going to be some difficulties in making that work because of that. So I'd rather get one of the centers that fits the offense more like Whippler or Tipman. I think I'd rather have Anderson than Carter right now, but I might change my mind before the draft. I don't think Locke is coming back. Locke is probably going to go to Tampa. You think we fixed our run defense during free agency? No, not at all. We're not even close to being done there. Remember, Shelby Harris actually was pretty good against the run last year, and he's gone now. Is there a chance Harris comes back for cheap? Yeah. We'll see what his market ends up being. Yeah, Puna's not coming back, I don't think. I think that ship is pretty much sailed. Nico Thorpe back as coach. Very nice. Washington is like rich man's Disley in pretty much every way imaginable. Yeah, Hendon Hooker's going to go in the third round, I think, at least. He might be a second rounder. I would have kept Penny for that price, but maybe he didn't want to come back because he wasn't going to get the ball enough. He's trying to get paid. Yeah, that's really cheap. I like Hooker, but the injury is killer to me. Jake Haener strikes me as like a Shanahan quarterback, like noodle arm pass on that. I think Shanahan could get good stuff out of him, but not us. Oh, I wanted to be a little more ambitious than Jerron Reed, but it's not bad. It's definitely not bad. Okay, go Hawks. I haven't seen anything. I'm looking right now. Hold on. Let me check. Yeah, I don't see anything on my end. I think at this point I might rather have Greg Gaines than Fletcher Cox. It's just more of a need. And he's younger too. Yeah. Yeah, a Go Hawks 2023, I don't see anything. So sorry if you actually did end up sending something and it's just not like showing up. And maybe someone else got it like you suggested. Would you take DTR over him? Probably not. DTR is interesting to me as a backup. Hooker to me is interesting as a future starter. Is Jerron Reed a slight upgrade over Jefferson? I'm not sure. He's more well-rounded, but Jefferson seemed like he was more disruptive. His pass rush numbers last year were actually really good. Dorian Thompson Robinson. Did you take Clowney or Clark? Clowney, 100% Clowney. Easiest decision of my life. Been to many Seahawks games. Many. Many, many biscuits. Oh, here come the member announcements. These are renewals, by the way. These are not new members. These are the renewals. Tavi T, welcome. MartyWilliams, welcome. Derek Nyondi is okay, yeah. Voodoo Magic, welcome back. Edie Hooligan, welcome back. Barry Soitoro, welcome back. Jacob Kessinger, welcome back. A lot of renewals today. Max Sheramit, welcome back. Danny H, welcome back. Ooh, Ebukam. I had him on my list. Josh Grandy, welcome back. There we go. Board Skyler, welcome back. Yeah, he's coming off the list. He wasn't that high, but he is off. Yeah. If Adam Thielen's willing to play for cheap enough, I would be willing to do that, yeah. Oh, Board Skyler, welcome to Elite membership. I see. You upgraded your membership. Welcome. Welcome in. Yeah, Abukam was pretty nice. Okay, so. All right. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the recap video for day 2 of legal tampering in the NFL. Better known generally as the start of free agency because deals are almost never backed out of. But anyway, today was day 2, and there was a good amount of NFL activity and a decent amount of Seahawks activity as well. Now, early in the morning, we kicked things off by releasing Quinton Jefferson just before the stream started, so we were clearing the deck on the defensive line, making things just a little bit more open for improvement. And I said in the video this morning, Quinton Jefferson actually had a pretty good impact as a pass rusher for us in 2022, but was a very unbalanced player, so it made sense because we need to improve this run defense while you let him go. I get it. But I will say I think that Quinton Jefferson does have some pretty appealing assets about him. I do think that there are some things about him that are pretty good. And then things kind of slowed down a little bit after that until we got news about the tenders around lunchtime. Around lunchtime, we learned that we had tendered ERFA's John Radigan, Miles Adams, and Mike Jackson to minimum deals that are less than $1 million each for 1 year. I did not know Mike Jackson was an exclusive rights free agent, but that's actually great news. Now, instead of paying a couple million to keep him, we pay less than $1 million to keep him. I think all 3 of those guys are going to make contributions that exceed their cost in 2023. Adams, I think, is going to be part of the defensive line rotation in at least some games. Radigan is going to be a special teamer, and he's been part of a pretty good special teams unit the last 2 years. And Mike Jackson might start. You might get starting cornerback play out of a guy you're paying less than $1 million. All great news. We also tendered restricted free agent Ryan Neal on the lowest possible tender, which was surprising and interesting to me because I feel like a team would be willing to go after him at that cost, trying to top our offer and knowing they don't have to give up any draft picks if they get him. So I thought we were going to use the second round tender on him, but we've used the right of first refusal tender, which means we could get involved in a slightly expensive bidding war. So that is at least on the table. But for the moment, Ryan Neal remains a Seahawk for another year, which I think that's important. We need to maintain some flexibility in the event that in the event that Jamal Adams gets hurt again. If we move on from Jamal Adams after the season, we want to have Ryan Neal to keep around to replace him. So overall, it's great news. We're keeping some quality players at cheap costs, but I'm a little bit worried about Ryan Neal getting bid on by these other teams and the costs getting driven up, maybe to the point where we can't even really match. But for the moment, we have saved a little less than $2 million on this decision. The moves of significance started a little bit later in the day. A couple hours after the tenders, we learned that Rashad Penny had actually signed to the Philadelphia Eagles. So Rashad Penny's now gone. So that's definitely a hole we're going to have to fill on this roster. And I do believe that Rashad Penny probably wanted to go somewhere else because he didn't want to get stuck behind Ken Walker and not be able to put up big numbers more than anything else, because he signed for $2.1 million. $2.1 million. That's something we easily could have matched, and he easily would have been worth it. I would have been all over that all day, and I'm very, very skeptical of the thought that we didn't want to do that. So I think that we basically just decided to, Rashad Penny just decided he wanted to go somewhere where he could get the ball a little bit more, like Philly. So Rashad Penny is gone. We're going to need probably at least one new running back, maybe two, to make this work. So, unfortunate there. I wanted to bring Penny back. I'm not torn up about it, but Rashad Penny is going to Philly for a year. And then, later in the day, actually just like an hour ago, we got word we are making a signing. And I think it's kind of interesting. Yesterday, we released Shelby Harris, and then we signed Draymond Jones to replace Shelby Harris later that day. This morning, we released Quentin Jefferson, and tonight we signed somebody to replace Quentin Jefferson, Jerron Reed. He gets a 2-year deal that maxes out at $10.8 million, but we're going to have to see how the incentives and escalators work in that deal. It is entirely possible that it ends up being more like 2 years, $8 million. And if that's the case, and the incentives are somewhat unlikely to be reached, then I think that's pretty good. I'm pretty on board with that. I don't think that Jerron Reed has a ton left in the tank. He's 30 years old. He's been slightly better than Jag level for the last 2 years for Green Bay and Kansas City. I'm not super excited about it because there's nothing ambitious about the signing, but he's not a terrible player. It seems like the cost is going to be okay. It's probably going to be a 1-year deal for like $3 million, maybe $3.5 million at most. And then after that period of time, we are going to move on from him and maybe give him like $2 million dead. And it's going to end up being basically a 1-year, $5 million deal split across 2 years, which is no problem. I'm okay with that. I would have liked to have done something a little more ambitious, but it should be adequate for our needs. He'll probably be a rotational player on a defensive line. We need to build a really deep defensive line, and Jerron Reed is good enough to be part of that. I just don't know if he actually is an upgrade over Quentin Jefferson. He's more well-rounded, but is he actually better? I'm not entirely convinced, but that was the main move today. So I'm going to go eat dinner now, and let me just say one thing real quick before I end the video. If the Seahawks make another significant move after dinner, I'm going to change my plans for the next 3 days, where I'm going to, instead of ending the stream before dinner, I'm just going to leave the stream for a little bit to eat dinner, come back, continue streaming, just to see if the Seahawks make their big move at the end of the day. Because if we make another big move in the next couple of hours, like Bobby Wagner, Greg Gaines, Connor McGovern, or whoever, then at that point it's like, okay, clearly we want to do things late in the day. I need to be streaming late in the day or I'm going to miss it. So that is a possibility. The stream today went really well. We picked up 5 new members, or actually 4 members, because we picked up another one late last night. We picked up 4 new members, getting us to the 125. We added a new emoji, new react to the member collection, which is awesome. We picked up a ton of new subs. We are moving towards our goal for the end of the month. We are almost to 12,500. And we got good donations as well. People were very supportive. Super chats. We got some tips. I did actually fall asleep for 2 hours in the middle of the day. I didn't miss anything because I hopped back on when Jerron Reed signed. I did end up falling asleep. I did end up taking a nap. Not on stream, luckily. I did leave the stream to at least do that. But yeah, it's hard to stay up when nothing is going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. So my apologies for that. Hopefully I don't do that over the next few days, but it does happen. So tomorrow, same plan, going live at 9, going to go stream until 5. If the Seahawks make a big move tonight, I'll make a video about it, and the future streams are going to stretch past dinner instead because I need to start being able to actually keep up with the big moves as they happen. So that's what we're looking at right now. Once again, Seahawks cut Quentin Jefferson, tender 4 players for cheap, lose Rashad Penny, bring in Jerron Reed. So tomorrow, look, tomorrow I'll say this. It seems like we like to release a player in the morning and then replace him in the late afternoon. So maybe tomorrow we're going to release, I don't know, Al Woods. And then we're going to bring in Greg Gaines at the end of the day, something like that. Maybe we're going to release, well, we actually can't release any linebackers because we don't have any, and then bring in Bobby Wagner. But one interesting report that came out today was that apparently the Cowboys have lost interest in Bobby Wagner, and therefore we are currently the only team that is showing real interest in him. If that's the case, he should be easy to get, and it should be happening in the near future. All right. Thanks for coming out. That is your Day 2 recap. See you guys tomorrow. If there's a move tonight, I'll talk about it. But for now, go Hawks. Who's left in my tier list? Let me put that up on screen real quick. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, let me get this uploaded here. Belichick interested in Wagner. That doesn't seem like a Belichick type of move. I got to be honest. That sounds like the opposite of a Belichick move, getting an old player coming off a really good year. That doesn't seem like the Bill Belichick way to me. Aaron Reed. Why haven't we signed McGovern? I don't know. Yeah, we can create cap space, guys. Don't even trip on that, man. Would you trade pick 20 for a later first and a third? Possibly. Quite possibly, Connor. That's not bad. I don't hate that. All right, guys. I don't think anything else is going to be happening right now, so um I think I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here. Thank you everybody for coming out. Appreciate it. Was a lot of fun. Tomorrow, hopefully there won't be a 2-hour nap in the middle of the day, but we still did a lot of streaming today. I mean, 8 hours. I was gone for like little less than 2, so it's kind of what I expected. I knew I wasn't going to be literally on stream all day. I knew I wasn't going to literally sit here for 8 straight hours every day. All right. See you guys tonight on Twitch. One more time, I want to remind people I will be on Twitch tonight. at some point streaming Horizon Forbidden West. So hope to see you guys there. And thanks for hanging out. We'll see what happens tonight. We'll see what happens tomorrow. See you guys soon.